Hey, what's up? What's going on? All right. We're going to continue where we left off, guys. We're going to do some more vibe coding on our new game. We're going start to finish with this guy. So we had Claude finally start the code. As a refresher, we've got a game design doc that we created with a Claude plan where I spoke the requirements of what I wanted this game to be and some specifics about the tech stack. And then I told Claude to start implementing it. Fresh session, fresh context. And Claude asked me what I wanted to start with. I ended up choosing, instead of doing a quick iteration of the full game, which is usually a good way to start, a vertical slice, walking skeleton of sorts, I actually went with some more of the infrastructure. And so we're just looking at what it did. This is how it finished. It actually already created a Playwright smoke test. Awesome. It did section 6, 7, 11, 12, 14, 16 from our game design doc. As a reminder, here's our game design doc. 17 something sections. If you want, you can fork this. Just go to github.com/randroidsdojo vibe racer. And you can actually just fork the first commit where I added the GDD. And I challenge you to treat it as a ghost library and go and implement your own version with a different stack. Have Claude change the stack. Same requirements otherwise, though. Here's some examples. You can use Babylon.js, Plain Canvas, Wonderland Engine, or something called LumaGL if you want to get crazy. I, on the other hand, am sticking with Three.js for now. All right. So what was in those sections? 6, 7, 11, 12, 14, 16. Let's look. Zod schemas. Beautiful. I love using Zod schemas. If you can type your stuff and do any kind of validation that Claude can learn from its mistakes, or not really learn, but can make mistakes and then quickly find and fix them, you want to do that. And so one way to do that is with schemas here, since we're in the TypeScript world. So there's one for these different objects. There's a piece, which I'm assuming is an abstraction of a track piece. Track, which is probably assembled pieces. Submission, which is probably your time, your lap time. If you didn't watch the first part, this game is all about racing. It's create your own. The tagline is build your own track, let your friends race it, set their high scores, let them change your track, and there will be a version of each person's track that you can go back to and try to set new times. That was not a great tagline. The actual tagline is in the GitHub. Since I mentioned it, I'll just go read it. What is the tagline? A vibe-coded racer game where you create the tracks and your friends try to beat your lap time. That's essentially the game. Alrighty. So schemas, KV store. So we're using Vercel, and Vercel has a Redis configuration you can set up to store key values called Upstash. And so it implemented the data store essentially. And then there's this token signing to help with no login auth sort of stuff. Basically, whenever you start a new game, you give it your initials, but it doesn't actually make you log in. It'll just use the local data storage. So basically, any new phone you go to, you're going to create a new user essentially. And the token signing helps us when you start a new race. will authorize you to check in your times. Specifically, we have checkpoints throughout the map. That way we can prevent obvious cheating. But I do want to see if anyone can break it. Preferably, I want to see if someone could break it with like the physics of the car. If they can like skip checkpoints somehow. But if you can find a way to break it through the API, that's cool. Let me know, and then we'll harden that. All right, racer ID plus middleware. So this is like again handling the cookie state for users times and whatnot. And end-I-cheat validates that the lap actually makes sense, like the proper checkpoint order, for example. And then it put in a lap time tolerance, so like you can't put in a time of 0. It's got to be realistic. And there's a profanity filter for initials, which I joked about last time because maybe your initials spell out a bad word. I might remove that. That was just something that Claude threw in there. Rate limits, interesting. Probably not a bad idea, but I do want to see how that affects folks. Track.js, connector math plus breadth first search closed loop validation plus piece limit enforcement. So basically simple pieces, straight pieces, left turns, right turns, cap of 64 pieces max, must be a closed loop. Race start is the API, race submit, track slug. Slug is your name, so you can have your own tracks at track/randroid, track/Susie, whatever. Feedback is something I try to put in all my games, and half the time I forget to set the GitHub token, but this is a little UI that pops up when you're paused. You can click it and give me some feedback. It will take a screenshot, it will send logs, and it will actually create a GitHub issue. All 4 API routes wired, handler tested, smoke tested with proper silent drop semantics on submit. Feedback route targets. M- is stripped from the ported text. So I was kind of joking, but being serious at the same time, and setting up some rules for Claude. And I didn't like that it was using an M- in its text on screen for the game. So it will never use M-dashes now. Validation. So there's 65 tests already, 6 smoke tests, type checks, builds clean, and there's a scan for M-dashes. It took it so seriously. That's hilarious. Do you want me to continue with the gameplay layer next? Well, let's do a little validation first. First, we want to see what files still need to be committed. Okay, so everything. So go ahead and commit. All right, so this will commit everything that it just told us. And then I want to see if we can even run anything. Like 6 smoke tests. Smoke tests doing what? Did you actually implement the race? Did you implement the race editor? So what is actually built at this moment? It didn't say anything about the Vercel integration. So one thing I'll have to do is I was very clear that I like to create the Vercel project because there's this option to go select an existing repo, and then it will wire up all the auth stuff, the token stuff, I guess. And so I like that because if I don't do that, sometimes Claude will like do a different version of Vercel integration, and then I have like 2 integrations, and it's just kind of messy. But it didn't tell me to do that yet. So let's just ask some questions, right? We're vibe coding. We're not reading the code. This is not critical code. It's fine. We are still validating what we built, though. How do I run it locally? Oops, can't drink today. Okay, so we got some NPM stuff. We are running, it is a Next.js project, which helps with the slug pathing stuff. All right, so we can run dev, run build, run start, run test, test E2E. Can you run the smoke tests non-headless so that I can see the game running. This is one thing I like to do. I don't know how, again, I don't even know what it's actually implemented. It's like all the infrastructure, but like, is there a track? Is there a car? I don't even know. I don't think there's a car. Heads up before I start, there's no game to see. That's what I was thinking. The UI layer hasn't been built. The only page rendered is, which is literally Vibe Racer plus coming soon. Cool. I want to see that. That's what I want to see. I think it's important that we do manual validation. I mean, it could be automated, but I mean, I want to physically, visually see it myself. The window popped up and then I lost it. Where did you go? Yeah, it literally closed. I think it just closed itself. Chrome, where are you? Yeah, it closed. All right, so it ran the test and then closed, I think. Chromium. All 6 pass. Each page driving test flashed a Chromium window briefly. Yeah, you didn't see it, but it was on my other screen. It was so fast, I didn't even actually see this text anywhere. Fetch failed log is expected 500 paths for the track against the fake KV URL. Cool. If you want to actually watch the browser sit on the page, the next useful thing I can do is build the first piece of the real UI. Want me to start the vertical slice next, canvas, default hard-coded track, car, camera HUD, countdown, so there's something to look at. Yeah, we can do that. I'm gonna push this real quick. Exclamation mark to run your own terminal commands. All right, pushed. Let's go look at it in GitHub though. Refresh. Should be like 2 or 3 commits, 3 commits if you count the README commit. If we do want to, I said we were going to read the code. That's not a strict rule around here. I still like seeing the code. Which one was it? This one? What's the shape of our project? So some ES linting for type checking, or I guess ES lint. Does it just do type checking, or does it also do, or I guess linting, so does it do syntax, make sure tabs are correct and all that too? I think it does both. Sometimes I use Prettier. That's what I'm missing. Prettier will do the tabbing stuff. Next.js config, package JSON. Do we pull anything crazy? Vibe Racer, we got our scripts here. We are using Upstash Redis, Next and React DOM, Three.js, and Zod. Yeah, so that's all clean. What about dev dependency? Playwright, types for Node and React DOM and 3, ESLint config next. I think that's legit. TypeScript and vi-test. Cool. All standard stuff. This is the feedback route, start route. Let's look at how good or bad this code is. Like, it looks pretty basic. Not a ton of crazy logic. A single if statement checking for validated slug and version hash. I think these dot success are Zod, right? Is that right? Is that what we're doing here? We're checking if it was validated. Version hash schema, safe parse, and slug schema, version hash schema are coming from lib schemas. Let's go look at that real quick. Lib schemas is Zod. Cool. It's using Zod. Yeah, so if you've never seen Zod validation before, Zod schemas, like here's an example of rotation. So a I was going to say quaternion, but that's a totally different thing. You can see this rotation has 0, 90, 180, 270 are the possible rotations for your vehicle, I guess. And probably, I don't know, maybe it lerps between the two, or between different ones. Not exactly sure. Z for Zod. Union, because it's joining literals here, literal numbers. And then it creates a type, and then Z infers it. This infer here is going to do the type check, basically. if this works the way I think it does. Piece schema, and then it creates an object that uses some of these other schemas together, plus another couple more number literals or ints. What's the difference here between literal and number int? Not sure. Don't care enough to look. Max pieces per track. So we're actually validating not just the objects themselves, but business logic, it seems, because where does this get used? Right here. Yeah. So that's business logic, which kind of makes sense. Your objects are based around your business domain. Track schema has pieces. It's an array of pieces of piece schema. Piece schema, we just looked at before, has a type, a row, column, and rotation. So it's all grid based. We know what rotation is. What is piece type? Piece types is an enum, straight, left 90, right 90. That's it. We kept it simple, guys. All right, I won't go too deep on all this, but that's good to see. This all looks legit. This middleware, I think this is around the cookies token verification stuff that we talked about. I want to test. I want to actually run it for reals. Claude 4.7 is pretty good. It did write unit tests and some smoke tests, but I honestly, this is the problem with starting with the infrastructure. Is like, okay, cool, the test passed, but I can't actually store anything in the KV because it's not actually integrated. Usually my smoke tests are actually end-to-end, so I'm a little curious. Let's look at that now. Smoke tests, like, what are you even testing if you aren't running end-to-end? Let's go find it. Where are the tests? Tests here, E2E. All right, so this is the smoke test. So that the home page renders. Cool. So you go to the basic path, and it should see the heading with the name Vibracer. Cool. What else? Middleware sets racer ID cookie. So this is testing that the cookie gets created and is some kind of UUID or something. 12 characters, probably UUID with dashes in between them. Yeah, seems like a UUID. The name should match whatever fake racer ID we created, I guess. Vibracer.racerID. Or maybe that's the key. I'm not sure what this is. Oh, it's finding the cookie named that. And then the racer just needs to be not empty. It's truthy, so it's got a value in it. Oh, and it must be a UUID. Okay, I get it. I should have read that in order. All right, and then it calls start, which gets rejected because with a 400 error because slug bad v equals ABC. Probably just because nothing's implemented. There is no KV store, so nothing. It's always going to fail. That's fine. Silently drops malformed body. So what should the body be? Not sure. This doesn't actually say. If we compare it to the other one though, submit. This is a start. Slug equals track. I think that's fine. V equals, and then this thing A repeating 64. Is that too many characters? Like, this isn't actually clear why this is malformed. Is it this? No, I was gonna say it's because it's in an extra object, but that's not true. This one's the same. Yeah, a little lacking on this test. Like, how is that malformed? I can't tell. And then returns null track for unknown slug. When Upstash environment variables are not set locally, this returns 500. That is still useful as a smoke signal that the route is wired up. And last one, returns 500 when the GitHub PAT missing. This is used for the feedback. 400 when body empty otherwise. So these are saying 200s and 500s are both fine. 400 and 500 are both fine. So not the craziest validation or the most sophisticated validation here. All right, reminders to self next time. Let's start with a vertical slice. Just it's a better way to go. All right, I do want to try to run it. I don't know if I can run it from here. npm run build. Usually what I'll do is I'll open up another. Actually, so funny. I have these 3 windows here, and I'm doing, not funny, I guess annoying. I'm doing all my work out of the small one. I should do it over here. I was using Codex to look up some stuff on the last session. Where are we? Okay, we're here. Let's go Claude. I'm going to resume, and then I'm going to stop this one here. All right, and then when you resume a session, you can see this was our session about setting up the GDD, and this was our session about doing the first set of features. Resuming that one, technically we can do a new session. Are we using dots? So sometimes I use dots to track our work. Let me ask, how are we tracking what is done and what remains? So if you're doing one context window, you can have it just keep track. And Claude is pretty good now about not jumping to I'm done, I finished early anymore. It actually will try to complete everything pretty well now. But if we're going to work across multiple sessions, we want to make sure we're clearly tracking what's done and what's not. All right, get history only shows record of what we did, durable but coarse. Session task list empty now. The 12 tasks I created at the start didn't survive into this turn, so no in-session tracker. GDD source of truth for scope, but no checkboxes. That's kind of what I was thinking. You just put a checkbox or a little implementation line explaining what got implemented. No external tracker, no dots files. Where each GDD section stands from memory plus diff on main. Options to fix the tracking gap. GDD checkboxes. Add checkboxes. Survive sessions. Do dots tracking. It's heavier. We probably don't need that to do. Simple visible but drifts from GDD. GitHub issues durable. Overkill. Plus we put our feedback in there. So then there's be careful if you ever read your GitHub issues into Claude and your GitHub issues are open to anyone to put in new ones. They can insert whatever prompt they want, and your Claude would probably be a little like reticent to just do whatever is in a prompt, but people can get sneaky. All right, want me to add status checkboxes? Yeah, let's go with status boxes plus a little description of what we did and any key decisions we made. I want the GDD to be a record of truth and not just what we initially fantasized. That's not how you spell it. About building. Is that how you say it? All right. Well, if you're watching, say hi in the chat. I really appreciate you guys jumping in. I'm doing these at weird times. I think the one where I had the most people watching and talking was at like past midnight my time on a Friday. I would have stayed up late on Friday finishing this, but duty called. Had some stuff to do with the fam. But if you guys like this time, we can do it again next week, or I'll get on one day after work. We'll see. We are getting a lot more. I think our hours are up 500% almost in the last month because of all those sweet shorts that Santi's doing. So thank you, Santi. All right, I'm still on Opus 4.7 1 million contexts extra high, which I've been thinking about. I usually never use extra high. Like honestly, I think high is probably the highest I normally go. But I kind of just want to see if there's any problems with extra high, like if it's just legit too slow or if it overthinks. Because my original concern of like not going that high is that it could second guess itself or really question how it's building things and get just get really psychotic with how it does it. And so if we keep it kind of on the lower end, it won't overthink. But that's just a theory, okay? We don't actually know that. So let's keep going with extra high and see what happens. And the other worry, of course, is running out of tokens for my session. It's like a 5-hour session, and then it resets. And then it also has a cap for the week, so I could run out. I haven't hit my limit in a while. When I was hitting it regularly, I was doing, probably 4 projects at a time. Here, we're obviously focused on one little game. All right, so it's updating GDD. Let's just take a glance at what it's doing. We haven't started on controls. Cool. Track system, partial. Build log. Not yet landed. Editor UI. 3D piece geometry connector. Routing and user owned paths. Yeah, so this game is small enough where I think a single doc like this will work well. But another tactic I've taken before is breaking out almost like ADR. For when you make a decision about the architecture, you want a record of it, you put a markdown file in a docs folder that says, here's how we built the race track editor and why. And the downside to docs, obviously, is that they get outdated compared to the code. So one strategy there is to try to speak at a higher level of why you did it. It doesn't necessarily need to be like, here's the exact enum, though it's fine if you do that, because Claude, if you prompt it, definitely, but even on its own sometimes, will update docs. So one thing I like to do, we didn't do it here, but one thing I like to do, and maybe we'll do it on the next slice, is I like to ask Claude to review its own code. Specifically, I have this stupid simple prompt that's a little vague on purpose that will have it just kind of review multiple times and clean up, and it will do doc edits sometimes. It will clean up the doc. So I realize I created this new thing in the editor, so I better go update the doc about the editor. It will find missing tests. We could actually probably use it to get updates to GDD here, where the status updates. Another thing we could do is we could make a skill for reviewing. There's a bunch out there. We could also do a skill or even a hook on commit. It could run some cleanup step. But let's keep it simple for now. All right, GDD is now 650. That's fine. The roadmap table at the top gives a quick read. Each numbered section has a status line. Ship section include build log. Great. Key decisions I captured that weren't previously written anywhere. Silent drop convention. 202 OK false. Why? Semantically accepted masks rejection reasons. Directing coding for the track and northeast southwest. Token format. Anti-cheat defaults. Minimum segment is 200 milliseconds. Now you guys know, if you want to cheat, don't submit times under 200 milliseconds per segment. Or lap time tolerance 50. I don't know what that means. Does that mean if you add up all the segments, the total time must be within 50? That's probably what it means. Rate limits 5 minutes plus 500 a day. Playwright uses this. Command for realism and speed over Next.js. Right, okay, so this is more of a prod-like build. Middleware stays on edge, but dynamic imports KV wrapped in try-catch, so an outage doesn't block pages. Beautiful. Yep, let's commit that. All right, and then I'm going to try fresh context. Now that it wrote down everything, honestly, I could probably continue with that one, but Claude and other LMs do get dumb after context gets too bloated. So I will start fresh on this next set of tasks. Implement the next set of features. Let's try to get to a working vertical slice. Now I could give it the GDD. I'll go ahead and do that, but it would find. I don't have to. Honestly, I could say continue, and it would figure it out. This project is small enough. It would find the GDD and it would see what's not done. Maybe it would look at the Git history. All that would eat up context, but it's going to end up looking things up anyway. See, right now it's, let me control O this. Right now it is looking up files that are in the lib folder, in the game folder. Yeah, so it's basically reading the code. So it will go and find what it needs. Now, if your project was hundreds of directories and thousands of files, then you kind of start needing systems, or you need to give them more direct tasks. But we are not there. Eight more followers needed to get to 40 on Twitch. I feel like I did have 40. Maybe it automatically goes up by 10, but I hit whatever goal was there before. Interesting. All right, it's thinking, it's untangling some thoughts. See, that's what I'm saying. You give it extra high thinking, it's got to untangle thoughts. I'm just kidding. These don't mean anything. I don't think this is actually what it's thinking. I think these are just like the ones that play here. Oh yeah, see, consulting the rubber duck. They're just funny, silly little lines that it throws out. There's supposed to be a way to see thinking, or maybe not in Claude. I know my friend, my coworker said in Warp he could see the thinking of different models. I think actually there was a whole story about that a while back, about that's how they were distilling the Claude models, as they were maybe it's the API gives you the thinking. That's probably what it is. But then the CLI doesn't. But yeah, if you know how the model thinks. Do you guys remember chain of thought? Anyone remember chain of thought? I feel like we never talk about that anymore. But that was kind of a key unlock for how these coding agents work. Everyone's like, it's just a token generator. It's like, no, there's so much more to the harnesses. Like if they didn't make a new model ever again, the tools would just get better and better. We would be able to do more and more with these things. We'd find ways to use them. The only real concern that I would have of this going away overnight would be either a government crackdown, and they're like, oh, it's too dangerous, nobody can use these things, or cost reasons. Server farms, they just can't. Maybe they allocate all the inference to governments or something, military, or maybe the companies go bust, and then we're left running local models, open source models, which honestly, I think the OpenAI open model is, man, I don't want to misquote it, but I think it was 60% is good at coding. Then I don't know which one, 5.4 maybe 5.3. Last time I checked, I can't remember, but if it was 60%, I mean that's a huge drop off. That's probably taking us back, and I'd have to look at the history of the benchmarks, but 60%, I wonder if that would be as good as what Claude 3.7 or Claude 4, GPT-5. How far back would that take us if we just lost access to the foundation models and we could only use open source ones? But even then, I think people would find ways to train open source models. I want to do a robot with an LLM in it. Just like at first, I had GPT-5 Pro go and do research on the web and find like what was the best build kit, like wheels and cameras and sensors and chassis and um, what chip to use, all that. And so it gave me a great report. 5.4 Pro for research, especially if you're buying something or building something, it's great. Definitely recommend it. Um, and so it came out to, it's probably going to be like a couple thousand or something. But actually, it also found you could just buy them on Amazon. You could just buy like a Roomba type, wheeled terrain robot that, can, I don't know if it has an LM built in or not, but you could add that if it doesn't. But just imagine having a Roomba that you can talk to, follows you around. It would be pretty useless. If it's a Roomba, actually, clean your floors at least. But no, the robot I was thinking of building would just be basically for decoration. But I was thinking about building or 3D printing a robotic body for it, so it actually looked cool. I just want a robot in my house. But then they announced the new Raspberry Pi. I forget what it's called. AI plus 2 hat. This is a board that sits on top of a Raspberry Pi, and it's got some like 8 gigs of RAM in it, and they've got some local LLM tooling stuff that's easy out of the box. You can set up a Raspberry Pi with a chat generated text Gen AI chatbot. And then there's a bunch of open source stuff for getting the cameras to work and the sensors to work. So I had ChatGPT Pro again go and rebuild the list, but for a desktop size, little mini model, and that I could have on my desk and have edge detection so it doesn't like jump off. And I think it came out to, it's not cheap. It's still too much. It's doable, but even though prices have dropped in general around robotics, I guess, like you can buy kits for the wheels and stuff now. Obviously, the RAM's more expensive with the chip crisis. RAM, memory, and GPU are all crazy right now. Oh, my keyboard started working again, which is good because I totally forgot to buy a new one, and I can't find any other in my house. I think they've all retired. Yeah, I don't know what was wrong with it. Like, wasn't getting enough power, but it was same problem. It's a split keyboard, and the right one wasn't getting enough power. Same problem on both computers. Like 2 different computers had that problem. So what is this doing? Sorry, I'm fidgeting here. I have a clear picture. The backend is complete. Routes, anti-cheat, KV, middleware. What's missing for vertical slice? Track 3D geometry, the physics, the tick loop. Three.js scene, controls, HUD, countdown, initials, UI, and the /lug page. Let me set up tasks and build. Now let me create the default track and path geometry. So the way I'm going about this and talking about it and taking my sweet time prompting it and stuff, it's taking a lot longer than it could. I certainly could lower the model's effort as well. That would help. Probably could use the same context so it doesn't have to relook things up. I could spit out some slop really quick. Not that this is going to be like much better because I'm taking my time or anything, but in general, you can move a lot faster if what you really cared about was just getting that first iteration to see how fun it was. Because what are we? We're a few hours in at this point, right? I mean, I know I've been talking and stuff, but it's not super quick. The other thing you can do is you can parallelize. You can actually have 2 agents working in the same code base, and if you tell, if you tell them, there's so many ways out there to get teams to work together now that Claude actually has a built-in agent team, but I tried it. A whole nother topic for another day. But you could do as simple as say, hey, there's another agent working on the slug feature. I want you to work on the unit tests for the game logic. Whatever. You could split these tasks up and parallelize them. What will happen is sometimes they will, see a file changed by somebody else that they also need to change. And as long as it reads it every time before it changes, it can make it work. It can get a little hairy, if the features are like really overlapping, but I don't know. It really depends. I'm just basically trying to give this the best shot at being a full formed game out of the box, or after a few iterations, instead of optimizing for speed and kind of brute forcing it, which I'm not against. If I was on my phone, what I would do is I would do PRs for everything, because the Claude app, the way it works is it puts PRs. And so I would actually have 3 4 freaking Claude clouds working on different features, and then they would actually get conflicts, and then I would tell, okay, I'm ready to merge the first one, and I tell Claude to go resolve any conflicts and merge it. That would also, the advantage of doing it that way, and I'll probably do this more when I'm adding features to this one, but the advantage of doing a PR is that Vercel will actually create a preview build. It'll deploy a preview of that code, that version of the game, and you can actually go play it, and you can test it yourself on every PR. It's pretty cool. So it says it's doing type check test run, but then I see it changing code. So it must have found some issues, which is great. Yep, found a bug. Begin race mutate state ref. That's a React thing. But the loop used a local state variable, so physics never unfreezes. Let me fix. So it's already finding stuff. It's not going to find everything. Well, it might. Started echoing. I don't know if you guys heard that, but I was I was looking at last Friday's stream, or the first half of this stream on YouTube. I just realized, so I reloaded the new stream to see if anyone's watching. 2 folks watching. Say hi in chat. What's up, guys? This will probably make a better video that's cut together than a live stream, just sitting around watching Claude. Um, Especially once you have the game to actually play with and start tuning it, trying to make it fun, add features, let others play it, get feedback. But we'll be there before you know it. 8-piece rectangular loop. So it's actually creating a default track. Perfect. Now we're getting somewhere, guys. So it did update the GDD, which is awesome. I was going to say if it doesn't update the status automatically, that I would put something in our Claude MD or agents MD, since we defer to the agents.md in our Claude MD, but it did it. So far, I don't see a need to change anything about what we've done. Vertical slice shipped. Visit slug, e.g. start to race. That's weird. Why would start be your slug? It's supposed to be your name, guys. All right, new modules, default track, order pieces, center line, cell map, physics, arcade integrator, plus off-track drag. Okay, so it can go off track. So that was one thing that, if you guys remember, if you were here, one of the things I said when I was speaking out the requirements that I sort of didn't quite pick up on when I was doing the plan, but I was like, whatever, we'll just go with it, is I wanted to prevent going off track. I just didn't want to like bring that whole suite of problems that could come up, because I don't know, maybe they find ways to cut corners, or maybe the physics is just so bad it's easy to go off track. I don't know. I wanted to just keep it, I don't know, put guardrails or something, or an invisible barrier. But that didn't happen. And I saw it from the plan. The plan is talking about like keeping it on the road, meaning it doesn't fly up off the road, which is good. But we can see here, if this is what I think it is, off-track drag means when you go off track, you go slower, which is good. That's one of the things I would want to do if you go off track. So it's fine. We're going to play it. If it's really bad, we can rethink it. Tick, so this is like our own game engine. It does some state updates on every tick, which could be 60 frames a second or whatever it ends up being. Checkpoints, slap detection. And this is how people can hack things too, if they do something between ticks, and we'll see. Scene builder, great. That will let you create the track, trailing camera rig. Or no, sorry, this is probably not the track creator. This is actually building straight plus corner annulus meshes. I don't even know what that is. I'm curious. Let's learn something today. An annulus is a ring shape, the area between two concentric circles, inner and outer radius. A 90-degree corner track piece is a quarter annulus, the curved ribbon bounded by two concentric quarter arcs. For our pieces at cell size 20, track 8, arc center sits at the cell corner. Am I learning geometry? Come on, man. I hate shapes. No, I'm just kidding. This is awesome. Cool. Inner radius has to be this. Outer radius has to be that. Center line radius is that. Cool. Great. Tessellates. Oh, man. I heard that word before. What does that mean, guys? I'll leave that one for the audience to look up. All right. KV load with default fallback updated. I'm still waiting for it to tell me to actually integrate the KV store in Vercel. It hasn't told me to do that. WASD or arrows, space equals handbrake, countdown. Another thing we have to test is mobile at some point. All right. Before I commit, let's run it. Actually, I'll run it. I think it's npm run builds. Bum, bum, bum. Yay, I got a bot. I got a bot in my chat saying best viewers. No, thank you. I'd rather have 0 viewers, or 1 viewer, it seems. Maybe it's counting myself, than paid viewers. Come on. All right, so that built. I'm just gonna try to remember. Was it start? Was it? Do I have to run next first? Is it dev? I don't remember. All right, looks like it did both front end and back end. Ooh, check this out. It's on another screen. I'll move it over. I don't know where it got that color from. That's a very interesting choice, but it did. Cool. Every URL is a track. Pick one and drive. So /oval/sandbox, or type any path into the URL bar. Every slug is its own track. I don't think people know what slug means. Let's play the default track. enter my initials. They will tag your lap times. You know what we should do? We should inspect console logs, but also, okay, so the server, oh, it's for a favicon. We don't care. We should probably look for, okay, there's a start. Is this, yeah, this is our code, right? Slug. That's just the app, but is there a storage, local storage application? Is there anything in here? We'll find out. So if I put my initials, yeah, now initials are stored. Okay, it says go. I didn't press anything, so the timer hasn't started yet. That's my car. I thought I said it was going to get a model. Didn't it say it was going to get a model from somewhere? Looks like it just built its own. Okay. Oops. I pressed W. Didn't do anything. Arrows? Nothing. I think it froze. So this is why we test, guys. Any errors? All right. I ran it locally. The default track freezes at go. Paste in a screenshot. Whoa. Is it because I clicked? What changed? I'm gonna click. No, I think it's because I backgrounded and came back. I think it's frozen. I think it's not doing the ticks, if I had to guess. Huh. Maybe it was something I pressed. No. Let me leave it in the background for a sec. Oh, it's working now, so who knows. Oh, is there an error over here? Missing race signing secret. Okay, that could be it. Reload/start. The undone is now pinned in a ref, so the 600 millisecond post-go timer actually fires, begin, race runs, and the race starts. Okay, so it fixed it, supposedly. But that's probably just a symptom, right? And that goes there again. What's going on? I'm going to show it that error that we saw in the logs here. Sorry, I'm going to give it the command I ran too, just so it has that. Yeah, so we need to set up Vercel. Like, it hasn't told me to set up Vercel yet. Server needs race signing secret to sign race tokens. Create an env via local at the repo root with a random hex secret. Okay, let's do it. Are we in the right directory? No, we're in Fracking Asteroids, my other game. Okay. Then restart. The game itself plays without it, only lap submission hits the route, missing KV environment variables. These two also cause the submit route to throw. If you want to test purely locally without a KV store, skip those and laps will just fail silently from the client. That's probably what we should do for local, right? Still not going. So that error must have been unrelated, potentially. There we go. Still frozen on go. Oops. I tried to paste it as a screenshot. It is not a screenshot. npm run build and npm run start. Oh, npm run start serves the pre-built next bundle from before the fix. Okay, so I have to rebuild. I was gonna ask, do I need to rebuild here? But it said we also just use npm run dev, so let's just do that. Okay, hey, there we go. We got a game. That's a car. Oh, off track, so it's like bad geometry. All right, or bad bad drag. Did I finish? So what's my best time? It says lap 1. Did it not start me at the beginning of the lap? Is that what happened? Lap record offline. Okay, yeah, so I can't store because of that issue, I'm sure. This guy. 500 aborted. But why isn't it storing? It should at least show me my high score, right? I want these two. I don't want the full thing. Let's go like this. That error is just for start failing server side because KV isn't configured. The client catches it silently. Token ref stays null. The game still plays locally. Laps just don't persist. 2 questions. Did you rebuild? No. Before npm run start. I thought you said if I run dev, I don't need to. Oh, because it thinks I ran npm run start. npm run starts. Let's rule that out. The client catches it silently. Token ref. Okay. 2 questions. Did you after rebuild? Does the car actually move? Yes. If you want quiet logs plus working submissions, the cleanest fix is to spin up free Upstash Redis creds and add them to env local. Nope. Or I can degrade start and submit to return to silently when KV isn't configured so the server stays quiet in dev. Yeah, we definitely want that. We can log the failures, but the game should play exactly the same. We should show their fastest time locally. I guess that would be, it is good to fail fast, like fail just like loud so that people don't think they set a high score and then all of a sudden it doesn't get stored. But I also don't really care. Like I kind of just want it to play well locally. And then if there is an issue in prod, then yeah, maybe we need to, even then, I just want people to play it. If they lose a high score, they might be mad though. Yeah, we got to balance those 2 things. If it truly fails to save, do we tell them? I mean, at that point, there's no way to save it anyway. There's no way to fix it. The real fix would be some kind of retry mechanism. I was just thinking about a way that we could break it and then people would cheat. Because right now I think what happens is it sends your best. See, I think we might have just broke it. I think it sends your lap time as you're racing, the checkpoints, and then as you finish it sends your lap time and doesn't store them. But then how would it show in the UI? That's the part I don't get. I just was thinking though, if it stores in the token, your local storage, sorry, if it stores there and then tries to resend to the server whenever we think it should, that's dangerous. Because then if someone can override their local storage, which I don't know how secure that is to be honest, but if someone could somehow override their local storage, they could set whatever lap time they want. But I think having the local storage that used for what shows up in the HUD for fastest time is totally fine. Okay, so on lap complete, it's going to set the HUD. It's going to check the best time. So it's using this previous. Previous comes from, oh, sorry, that's props. Where did I read previous? This is previous. Oh, this is the function variable, local variable. So it's from props, so it gets injected. All right, rebuild and reload. Fastest time now tracks locally on mount. Every completed lap runs handle lap complete, which updates best session, and if faster, best all time, plus writes it to local storage. Toast reads new personal best. Toast being a pop-up for all time PBs. Otherwise, lap end saved. Submit lap still fires in the background. Failures log naturally in the browser network panel. PB tracking no longer depends on it. Perfect. npm run build and npm run start. It really gets going, speed, and then it carries through, so it's got some physics to it. New personal best, 9 seconds. Best all time, 9 seconds. Okay, this is just awful. So I wasn't watching. Okay, let's see how fast I can get it. Should be fairly easy since it's just a circle of 90s. Theoretically, if I have a running start, any personal best would have to. It's like go-karts. I actually like this. This is actually already fun. I know it looks lame, but honestly, it has the visuals I want. Like you can see the corners coming up. It has an actual kart racing feel to it. I could see us making the green, you know, the grass, the outside the track stuff more visually appealing. Obviously, we'll have crazier circuits. Like this could be, you know, SNES level racing game if we, you know. I'm thinking Grand Vision, not obviously we're not there now, but this is promising. This is a promising foundation. All right, so the fastest possible time appears to be 5 seconds. That's crazy. Like right on the dot, 5 seconds. All right, okay, cool. Let me go outside in to see if I can get this time better. Ooh, that was close. Cut the corner. I just need to commit to the corner. Nah, I'm just like totally out of it. See, this is already fun. Like I found the fun in a game. That's pretty cool. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, I've got a ton of games on my website, randroid.dev, and they all, you know, have fully built out features and stuff, but they're just, a lot of them aren't fun. You know, they don't make you want to play again and again like this one already is. So that's cool. Way too close. I'm holding up the whole time. So we got the max speed. It's just a matter of shortening the distance on the lap by cutting the corners. But if I cut too much, you go in the grass and it slows you down, which by the way is totally the right move. I'm glad Claude did it that way. And also the start of the lap, like where you are at the finish line is going to matter. Like I think I should start more left here, and then I can turn into the corner a bit better. Okay, this is smooth. This is high score right here. High score. How was that not a high score? Okay, it was too far wide. I was too wide. Yeah, too many turns. I wonder if I'm actually slowing when I turn. See, that's something that I think might be wrong, is I'm not losing any speed while turning. Just the grass is what screws you up. But wouldn't you lose speed turning? Or I don't know how the physics work exactly. Probably need some wind involved too. We might need a bit more to the physics there. All right, if I can't be 5 seconds, that's a little suspicious. That is exactly 5, but I guess if you did the math on the concentric circles stuff, that would make sense. And the constant speed. Yeah, I think the speed is essentially constant. What times am I getting? I'm not even looking. 5 what? Like it should tell me my last time. That's one thing that's missing. It needs to tell me my last lap time. I mean, it would go away pretty fast, but I still think that's useful. Because I don't know how close I'm getting to 5 each time. Like that looked good to me. Like that looked like probably exactly 5. I'm gonna add that. Also, show the last lap time in the HUD. In the HUD, on the HUD. Heads up display. Cool. All right, well, this is pretty good, honestly. So now I'll add that little feature, but this is why we run it, because I could have went and built 5 more features without knowing that it was all broken and stuff, at least locally. Cool. We still need to get it working on the server and deployed to the website. We'll do all that. But I'm curious, what else is not done from the game design doc? Build. Start. Refresh. So I lost my best time, but that could be because I'm running locally. No, I didn't lose my best time. It's just in different order now. Cool. The best in session I lost, but that's fine. All right, so my last lap time was 6 seconds, so that's terrible. Best in session is 5.9. What if I do like micro movements, like something that a real racer wouldn't actually do? If I can just stick on the inside, that's like, you don't even need to do anything fancy. You just need to not hit the grass and stay on the, oh, it's harder than it looks. You gotta get in the rhythm. 5033. That was close. Maybe it should show on like the screen so you don't have to, like right in front of your face so you don't have to look up. All right, let's go backwards. Let's test some of the checkpointing stuff. Okay, yeah, so it just keeps going up. The timer just keeps going up. We probably should say like wrong way, like we do off track. That could get annoying though if it's the sensor's wrong and you're spinning out and then it says you're wrong way even though you're just spinning. And I won't do that right now. All right, so the next thing I wanted to show you guys was the whole review thing. Okay, let me do this one. There's two commands I want to show you. One is just my own. I don't think I made a task for it. Yeah, so I'll just say it. Do 2 rounds of review and cleanup. So this special incantation is very simple and it's purposely vague. What do I mean by that? Well, what does review mean? What does cleanup mean? So if you read what it does, if it tells you what it's doing, it's not saying much right now. But sometimes it'll be like, oh, we just created the last lap time. So let me go make sure the last lap time looks good. Okay, but that's 1 round. And what does it do for the second round? Well, now it's got to think like, well, okay, so launching 3 review agents. Okay, this is something that I don't know if I have a plugin for this or Claude just does that. But for reviews, it spins up sub agents and does 3 reviews. So it might be a little more formal now, or I might have something installed that's doing that. I actually should probably double check. I'm pretty sure I've seen this on all my machines though, so it's probably just what Claude does now. But yeah, that's round 1. We don't know what its agents are doing. Round 2, it's most likely doing the same thing. Explore agents. I could background this one, but I want to read it. round 3. I said do 2 rounds. Interesting. Well, I meant it to be a little loosey-goosey, but 3 rounds. That's interesting. All right, let's do it. Let's background this one. Oh, before I could even background it, I finished. Code reuse, code quality, efficiency review. So yeah, that must be coming from Claude. If anyone knows, let me know. But yeah, so maybe my special incantation is as simple as saying review now, and it will just do the same thing, or review twice. I don't know. Why twice? Some people do it 5 times. Like 5 times is a good number, some people say. But oftentimes what I realize is when I do 2, it won't find anything the first time, and then it doesn't find anything again on the second time. Then we're good, right? Other times we'll find stuff on the first time, and then nothing on the second time. Okay, probably good. I could stop there. Sometimes we'll find stuff on both times, and I'll just run it again. Okay, so I found something. Let's read it. It's usually just minor stuff, not actual bugs, but sometimes it's bugs. Round 1 fixes incoming major issues. Okay. Duplicated helpers, dir offsets, opposite cell key, shared material disposal bug, 60 Hz HUD re-renders, overplumbed game session props, repeated HUD JSX. Damn, that's just like brutal. No, I think it's probably one of these like code quality efficiency things, or I guess that's reuse. Yeah, so I don't know that there's actually a bug here. I do see a style thing that I would change personally if I was writing this. I would use an arrow function, but I'm not writing it, so I don't care. Okay, so now it's importing these things instead of redeclaring them. This is in track path. Cool. Good cleanup. And the reason you should do this every time is because you don't want it to continue building off of bad habits. So you want to keep the code clean as you go. And so new code is relatively clean and following good patterns. Sometimes Claude glitches out there where it was like showing me an older part of the chat. I don't know if you guys noticed that. All right, so we extracted a JSX component called stat block instead of redeclaring these divs over and over again. Much cleaner. I like it. I like it. I like it. Align right style. So we got some changes to the CSS. See, this is what I'm talking about. Claude like start showing me this header again. Let's go to the bottom. Updating the test, teleport through each expected cell to sidestep physics. It was walking through before. Oh, I think this is just a better comment. So some of the stuff it's cleaning up is comments. Just like I was talking about docs, comments are back now. So if you've been out of the game for a while and you're like, we don't do comments because they get outdated. Not anymore. Not anymore. Now they get outdated for like 2 seconds, and then Claude will notice they're outdated and will fix them. Hopefully. So fully embrace docs and unit tests and comments and all the good practices. Round 2, reuse review, 20 tool uses. What do you mean reuse review? Okay. Those are the 3 different agents. I don't want to Google it. Reuse review. Code review analysis. Analyze your GitHub pull requests. Nope. That's not it. I wonder if I installed this and I don't even remember. Three reviewers. Let's go see what I have installed. Review a pull request. Simplify. Simplify is the one I was going to show you next. Security review is definitely theirs. Ultra review. This is the thing they're bragging about. Costs $20 potentially. Damn. Is that the one I'm running? Am I running an ultra review right now? Finds and verifies bugs in your branch? I don't know. Definitely not paying out of my wallet because I'm using the $200 a month plan. We should probably check our usage after this. 84 tests passed, type check clean, build green, no M dashes. I really drove that home. That's hilarious. Dedupe, so I found duplicate code, shared material. There was a disposal bug in React. Moved HUD and phase state from game to game session, eliminating prop drilling. Cool. Throttled HUD set state from 60 to 20 hertz with reference equality bailout when visible fields haven't changed. Interesting. So it changed the tick for the HUD, I think is what it's saying. Extracted stat block. We looked at that. Removed void expected piece. It's dead code. And a what comments. Yeah. Round 2 fixes. You should comment why, not what. Round 2 fixes. Update camera rig. Now mutates in place. Is that a good thing? Killed 60 objects. Alex, a sec. Oh, it was creating 60 objects every second to update the camera rig. Okay. Dir to heading switch record lookup. Initial prompt use ref instead of get element by ID. Dropped unused default camera rig. So notice this stuff sounds pretty good. I mean, maybe it's small. I don't know. Hard to tell. Like that sounds like a memory issue. And that all came in the second round. So that's why I do 2. But then you ask yourself, well, why not do 3 or 4? And then I'll say, let's do 4. If it doesn't find anything on these, we're good to go. You know what actually happens? It will find stuff. Claude will try to get it done, even if it doesn't know what it is trying to do. Like even if you tell it to do something that's technically wrong, it will try to get it done more times than not. They might be, maybe the prompt's better nowadays where it will stop you and say, I don't think you want to do that. But from what I've seen, it will do whatever you tell generically. Like generally, it would try to do everything you tell it. Not specifically. Like Codex will specifically do what you tell it. Claude will try to figure it out. It's like, I think I know what you're saying, even if you don't know what you're saying. And then, so what happens with this extra rounds of reviews is we'll find nitpicks or even things that would make the code technically worse or complicate it and make it more complex than it needs to be. And Claude will stop itself. It will review the review and go, you know what, we actually don't want that. That's either flat out wrong or that's a small nit that's maybe it's going to make the code harder to read, whatever. It will actually start finding stuff that it doesn't address. I suspect that will happen here, but I don't know. Maybe we have enough code now that we're going to get even more fixes in this round. We will see. I kind of want to do an ultra review. Maybe at the end. Maybe at the very end we'll do an ultra review. Like and subscribe if you want to see an ultra review in the future. Smash that like button. Tell your friends. I know you got friends out there vibe coding. Come on. Come watch the Randroid in his dojo. Bang on the keys. All right, I found something. Local best TS. It was exporting a function. It doesn't need to export a few functions. All 3 format laptime HUD prop specs you only use local, so on export. Good practice. Not doesn't seem like it's a game-breaking issue or anything like that, obviously. What's this? It's better names for constants, maybe. No longer an uppercase on the initial storage key. Now the high value efficiency wins. Cache corner arc centers, combine scene builder loops, hoist default hash, edge. This is some heavy stuff. It's finding some big stuff, guys. Using absolute math here. So arc center is now populated for corners only. The cell corner where the two open edges meet. The corner center line lies at distance cell size 2 from this point. Was that just extracting something that it was already doing, or did it actually change how pathing works? I think these are just extracted constants that were probably already used. Yeah, see, this was inline as a switch for direction, depending on what direction you're going. Oh yeah, so here it is. These are the directions, edge offsets. Okay, it's just cleaning up. Got rid of a what comment. What makes this a what comment? Given a piece with base connectors A, B, and one of them as entry, return the other as exit. I mean, that's not, honestly, it is what, but it's, I don't know what this means, other connector. So you get a piece in an entry, and it returns A if A exists. Otherwise, it returns B if A exists. Wait, what? Am I reading that right? Oh, if entry equals A, then you want to return B. Otherwise, return A. And A and B are connectors on the piece. So you can connect on either end of a piece. Yeah, I was like, I don't know what this is doing. A comment would have been nice. To be fair, I still don't know what it does after the comment. Yeah, I guess that's a fair point. That comment doesn't help. All right, compute arc center, build track path. Okay, did it finish? What do we got? It's still going. Should we go for 6? We'll just cut this part out anyways. If we make a full video, it will look super fast. It'll just in the edit. 3 Explorer agents finished. It's reading it. Oh, okay. Question is it doing that thing I said where when it finds things that are not legit, it will actually not change anything? Is it doing that, or is it changing things it shouldn't be changing? Round 4 found more stuff. Simplify countdown. No longer need this indirection in the code. The effect depends. Don't include on done. And standardize param naming in physics TS tick TS. Okay, so more cleanup. Step MS is no longer a magic number. That's cool. Same thing with go hold. On done intentionally omitted, the set timeout below captures the callback, active at the moment we reach go. It is stable enough for the 600 millisecond hold. If step is not equal to 3, so we reverse this, instead of step equals to 3, you'll return early. And this is disabling some linter check. ESLint disable next line react hooks exhaustive dependencies. So now it's getting fancy. Now it's like not declaring dependencies, because it's like, oh no, this is actually fine if we don't declare it. It's more performant if we don't, or whatever the fuck. Interesting. I feel like it's reaching now, but I can't let it go. I can't not try one more time. It's still going. Oh, it's running the type check. Rename something there. So the type is car param, so the name can just be param. I don't know why. Why they changed that. All right, cached corner arc centers at build time no longer recomputes per frame. I like that. Edge midpoint switch. Folded the 2 path order loops in build scene into one pass. Extracted build flat geometry, hoisted that, unexported those, cleaned the redundant uppercases, added a test. Round 4, dropped the on done def in direction and count down the set timeout closure is fine now that the effect dependency exclude undone. Standardized param naming. So P is now params and tick car params is now params to match scene builder. Remaining flagged items deliberately skipped. Okay, we got there. Inlining single-use private helpers. Okay, yeah. So it advised us to inline helpers, or it extracted some one-line helpers and then inline them. Not sure. Shared math.ts for clamp lerp. 2 call sites, not worth the file. Cool. So it's not just nitpicks. It's actually knowing when to stop. Skip render during countdown. 180 frames over 3 seconds is immeasurable. Shared test fixture across 2 files. Yeah, see, this is good. It's like not over optimizing, because if it would literally stop rendering changes during the countdown. What if we add animated trees in the background or character crowds in the background, and it's like, oh, remember that crazy optimization we did where we stop animating? Yeah, exactly. Don't do that. Thank you, Claude, for stopping that stupid Claude from doing stupid things. All right, let's commit this. I remember I was having AIs, maybe not Claude, but Copilot or whatever the one is built into the IDEs. I was having to write my commit messages like from the beginning, probably before CLIs were a big thing, right? And I remember people being like, wow, what a waste of tokens, what a waste of money. And this is probably when I was on, pay per token or whatever. So I guess it is, but now I see everybody doing it because it gets such better commit messages that help the agent in the future know what it's done in that commit. I don't think humans are reading these necessarily, but I don't know. It's worth it. Git push. All right, I will actually have it do 2 more cleanups. I know, boring, right? But I'll have it do simplify just because I want to see. This is like an architectural thing, right? Review changed code for reuse, quality, and efficiency, then fix any issues. So I already committed it, so I'm sure we'll just look at the last commit. Let's see if that's true. Yeah, let's look at the last commit. Or I guess technically it just looked that there are no local changes. Oh, I was wrong. Working tree is clean. The commit landed in rounds 1 through 4, already swept these files. So because I already did my own review in this context, it's like, I'm not going to do it again. Cool. All right. I'm fine with that. Honestly fine with that. And the other thing, shoot, what was the other thing I was going to do? I mean, we should have run it, but, I was going to double check that it actually updated the GDD. Is the gdd.md properly and fully updated? Because I saw it made some changes, but what if it missed stuff, especially after it did the cleanup? Control O. What did this grep for? Oh, it grep for headers. Interesting. So this is how it reads a giant doc markdown. Is it will find all the headers, and then it will decide to drill in more or not. Okay, so it says it's not fully updated. The status table reflects shipped work, but most sections that moved from not started to partial in this session are missing their build log subsections. Let me audit and update. Great. Again, I could put something in the Claude for this. I don't mind doing it manually though. Let's see if we can, first we did a lot of cleanup, so we should rebuild and run it. 22 minutes. Dang. Did that zoom in? I feel like it's more zoomed in. Maybe I'm crazy. Let's go full widescreen. I wonder if it did mobile controls yet. Probably not. Oh, we can test. We can sort of test that. I'm curious if any of those changes the optimizations. I doubt it. I don't think it changed the track or physics. I'm just curious if I can get below that 5 time now. Oh. All right. Focus. Lock in. Come on. Sorry, I had to look at the time to see how close I was. I was not that close. Here we go. Locked in. Oh, that was so close. I just oversteered just a little bit on that last corner. Or second to last corner. Come on. Didn't steer enough on that one. That's it. Oh. 5.16. It wasn't great, but it was clean. Way too wide. Yeah, too wide. Oh, I looked at the time. I shouldn't have done that. Just want to see how far off I was. Sick. Ooh, again, a little early. So when I nail those first 2 corners, I go over on the third. You know what would be cool? A replay system. Oh, a ghost car. We need a ghost car. Hell yeah, we're doing a ghost car at some point so you can see your best time and always compete against it. That is going to be sick. I'm not lying. I find this so fun already. Not everyone likes racing games, I know, and especially arcade versions or go-kart versions or whatever this is. But ooh, that's clean. That's clean. That's a little wide. Oof, I got 5.034 on that one. This is the one. I think, am I crazy, or is this, are one of the straightaways longer? Or one of the sides, or 2 of the sides are longer than the other 2? Or are they the same? They're the same, right? Maybe it's the speed that I'm taking them at that makes it feel longer or shorter. I love the perspective though, because it actually changes. Like it looks, the road warps like based on your view of it. Like it looks skinnier on the corners, or maybe it is skinnier. Well, no, because then when you go through the corners look big. Like I really love this, the way 3.js rendered this. If anyone is doing the challenge of using a different engine or library or whatever, send me a video or send me a link. I want to try it. Okay, locking in, and then we'll be done for now. I had to look. 5.3, not even close. Alrighty, this is good though. Let's get this on the site. Let's finish this up, okay? Uncommitted. Say the word. I'll commit. Commit. That's the word. I should have said the word and see if that would have did it. You know what I'm going to do? Fresh context. Don't have to, but I will. Delete the next set of features or tasks. I probably should have said tasks. I don't know. Oh no, I've been muted this whole time. Dang it. Dang it. So you missed all that. All right. Well, essentially, I said I'm just going to set up the Vercel project, and you saw how I did it. It's as simple as that. I already have Vercel. You would have to create an account. You would have to log into your GitHub. Like I just did hit the button, but you may have to do some approvals in GitHub to make sure Vercel can access what it needs to. But yeah, then I picked my existing repo. It auto detected that it was Next.js, and the rest is history. Just set it up. There were a little warning there. Didn't look serious. We do need to set up KV though, and that part is under storage, and I can connect to an existing one for a different game, and it will just create like another table or something. It will work. I've done it on multiple games, but better, safer to create a new one. So create instead of connect, and then I've been using Upstash, Redis. You could use Redis directly. Interesting. Yeah, I don't remember why I started using Upstash Redis, but Claude talked me into it and been using it ever since. Sure, we'll go East Coast. I don't know. It's going to cost me more to do a read. You guys let me know if, actually, is there a central? Probably not. You guys let me know if you're on the West Coast and you play the game and you got any issues or. And this is technically the risky part. If you guys spam me, I will get paid or I will get charged a bunch of money. So appreciate it if you don't. What else? All right, so it's going to be Rose Garden is the name it chose. It's essentially free unless it's like 2 cents. It's fairly cheap for the games I've been doing where no one plays them. But if they pop off, yeah, it's going to cost me some money. All right, do I need production? I guess. I don't usually deploy anything to production. Maybe this one will be the change. No prefix. This one might be. There's the key. There's the keys, guys. Don't look at my keys. All right. I will let it know, Claude, that I set up Upstash and Vercel and see what it thinks is the next step. But while we were doing that, I had set up the next slice, which was running this whole time. It's updating the GTD right now. We'll run it. We'll see what it did. But yeah, this should give us the pause menu now, I think, is what it was doing. So running test and updating. I'm going to rebuild over here. Assuming it's just going to do docs at this point. All right, let's go check out that pause menu. Refresh local. Don't see it. Ah, there it is. Resume works. Make sure I can move after it resumes. Did it pause the time? The ticks? It did. Resume comes back. Cool. Might be nice to have like a 3-second countdown, but that's a feature for the future. Let's try restart. My session time. Well, I guess I didn't have a session time. Let's set a session time. I'm curious if that gets reset as well. Okay, 559. Restart. It does. Gets reset. Leaderboards, I said don't implement yet. Exit to title should take me back here. Let's try sandbox. Does that? What's different about this one? Looks like it's the same thing. And theoretically, oh, we're not set up yet for creating your own slug. I don't think. Escape. Okay, escape does close. All right, all looks good. I'm gonna have it do some rounds of review next. Yeah, so I guess simplify is what does the 3 agents. My Google search earlier didn't really find anything, but I'm going to assume that until I'm told otherwise. But yeah, when I do my little, do 2 rounds thing, it just uses that command, but it does do it twice, which is nice. All right, we're still getting these. I am going to do one more thing in a different session. So over here, let's spin up Claude. I have imported my repo and created a new project in Vercel. I also created a new Upstash KV store. We missed a step. Let me go back. We need to connect to projects. Or maybe it did it by default because I did it when I was under the project. Okay, it did. So if you just double check that it's connected to the project you want it to be connected to. And so I think because it's connected, we might just be able to connect to GitHub or whatever we need when running, because the game's got to get built with the environment variables. Actually, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Maybe because it's Next.js, all that's in the backend. We will just make sure Claude knows about it, and it will tell us if anything else needs to be done. Do I need to do anything? We probably need those variables locally if we want to test the API locally, but I'm also fine just testing remotely. All green, type checks clean. Replace 6-line property by property rig reset with an object out of sign function. Replace the inline arrow, intentional no-op comment with a shared no-op function, clean. Remove the what style comment. Let's see what this comment was. Re-entered start piece without hitting all checkpoints in order. Invalidate this lap attempt and restart the timer here. Dismissed a bunch of findings. It thinks this was duplicate, but both are required. It unified. Oh, it doesn't want to unify. Pause and resume. Refs. 2 fields describe 2 distinct concepts. Menu button subcomponent in pause menu. 4 usages with variance, label, callback, prime flag. Makes delay abstraction worthwhile. Hoisting start key, computation. gated inside the new key last cell branch, which fires only on cell. Why did it dismiss that? Oh, it's just saying it wanted to hoist it for some reason. That's not true. Console capture teardown on fab unmount. Initialize flag already prevents rehooking. Not a bug. Okay. Let's commit it. You still need to wire the env vars into Vercel before the app will work based on agents.md and the code. Required app crashes without these. It doesn't actually crash. Just has this error. From your Upstash KV store REST credentials. GitHub PAT for the feedback fab. GitHub fine-grained PAT with issues. So what I don't remember is if these need to go in GitHub. I think they do, and I honestly think they're set automatically, or something is set automatically. So I think this thing may just be wrong. Let's go find out. All right, environments. No, not environments. That's an easy mistake to make. It is not environments. It is secrets. So we do have a PAT. Okay. But that's named different. And we have an Anthropic key. Those are org level. Repository city. There are none, I guess. Okay. I could have swore that Vercel does that for you. Maybe only when I create a PR the first time or something. Optional ID cookie secret only if you add signed eraser ID cookies. Steps in Vercel. Project settings, environment variables. Add all four for production preview development. So I have to add them in Vercel is what it's saying. I'm pretty sure those are already in Vercel. I was wrong about the GitHub one, so we'll find out. I already forgot the path. What was it? Environment? What was it? Ooh. Project settings, environment variable. Settings. This is the project. Environment variables. Projects. Oh, all projects. Vibracer. There we go. Yeah, so it's got a Redis. This might not be what it wants. REST API token, REST API URL, KV REST API URL. Oh yeah, that's right. I think we're good on some of those. Let's just send it and see what it says. Make sure the Upstash KV store is linked to the project. We did that already. Redeploy. Okay, I might need to redeploy. The feedback route hard codes 5racer as the target repo at blah blah blah. If you forked under a different org, change that string. Okay, well that's good for other people to know. Probably put that in the README. Want me to generate the signing secret locally and show you what to paste? Good. Upstash auto-populated the KV vars. You still need to add 2 more. GitHub PAT, fine-grained PAT. Needs to be able to write issues, and contents needs write as well. Without it, the fab feedback returns 500. Race signing secret. Run this locally and paste the output. Without it, race submissions fail HMAC verification. After adding both, redeploy. One caveat. If you forked under your account, I did not. Probably need a different race signing secret for each environment. Do we need diff secrets for each Vercel env? All right, and we'll probably do this in another tab. I don't want to expose any secrets. not strictly, but splitting prod for preview dev is safer, of course. One PAT is fine, yep. KV REST API URL, Upstash, Autolink, these are in all environments. This is the one worth splitting, that's what I was talking about. All right, so I need to create 2 of these probably. Not that I have a prod yet, but preview dev. Oh, it says share the same one for preview dev. Okay. All right, I'm gonna do this. Store it. Split right. Actually, you know what? New window. And what was this thing called? This guy, race signing secret. Cool. And I need to create the PAT as well. All right, so I'm just adding a new environment variable, one named race signing secret with my new 32 character secret that I got from that command. And what else? Production preview? No, development and preview, right? Select a custom preview branch. All right, saving that. And I'm not going to redeploy yet. It asked me if I want to redeploy. I'm going to add one more variable called what? It keeps populating the one I just created. All right, refresh. Add environment variable. I don't know why you keep populating that. Okay. Call this one GitHub PAT. And then I can show you guys how to create one of these. They can be tricky. I never remember where you need to go. It's like manage orgs, Dojo, settings, developer settings. One of these maybe? No. I think it's the new way to do it. What's the right way to, what's the old way to do this then? Oh, personal access token. All right, fine grain or classic. Let's try fine grain. Allow access via fine grain personal access token. Okay, but it doesn't actually create the token. Where do I create the new token? That's what I'm saying, like it's always hard to find. Honestly, the way I found it the last few times is I will Google it and then it will just take me to the path that I need to be at. Okay, here we go. So here's some existing ones. And notice there's no button to create a new one. I mean, it's active, but still really annoying. So it's something like, I know what it is. It's not org specific. That's the problem. If I go to my profile instead, my main account, I think that's the difference. You do choose an org, but in order to create it, I think you have to go, nope, not those. Settings, I just did it again. So annoying. There we go. How crazy is that? What? Okay, you're saying, oh, it's not that hard. Dude, I want to create it for my org. Why wouldn't it be under the org? All right, yeah, I do want fine grain, I think. Generate no token. Log in real quick, or extra verification. And then I like to name it GitHub PAT, name of the project. I don't know if I put that at the front or the beginning or the end. Oh well, doesn't matter. And then I gotta actually, or no, I don't need a description. Then you choose the org. So it is org specific. I'll make this one last 3 months. and then you want to pick a specific repository if you're trying to be all safe with it, relatively. And then the permissions are contents and issues. Shoot, I already forgot. Issues right. Content's right. Why did that not show up? Contents, read and write. Metadata. Nope. Let's just go through it. Where are issues? Pull request. No. Repository security. Security scanning. Security. Did they move it? Did they get rid of it? Like, where is it? Artifact, maybe? Where the heck is it? This is the fun stuff. For sure Claude can do this from the command line, honestly. I should just tell it to do it next time. Oh, I know why. I'm guessing it. I don't have issues turned on for the project, maybe. Let's go check. Where am I? Oh, this is the project. Go to the top. Go to the top. Go to the top. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right, issues. Oh, it is turned on. I'm stumped. What the heck changed? What tab was that? This one, right? Capital I issue. It's capital. It did say do capital, but like why? It's right there. Somebody, did I type it wrong? Okay, I'll have to watch the replay. That's just annoying. That is frustrating. Okay, I'm going to generate this token off screen just in case it shows it. Generate token. It did show it. Let me save it. Okay. Then I gotta put it in Vercel. Where was that at? Too many tabs. Oh, got it. All right, both are now added to Vercel. GitHub PAT, race signing secret. Deleting both from my clipboard. Okay. All right, so now this says, do you want to redeploy? And my answer is now yes. Okay, so let's redeploy. Use existing build cache? Nah. Production. so I don't have a dev. Broaden preview. Cool. So now when you go to play, you should be able to set a high score, I believe. I could be wrong because I did tell it not to do the leaderboard UI, but let's check it out. Oh, there's one more step. I want to put it on my website. I mean, there's a lot more steps. I think there's plenty more we could do, but I'll go ahead and do that here. cd into randroid dev git fetch git pull Claude add an interactive card for vibe racer and update the counts accordingly. What do I mean by that? Well, we have 27 projects, 15 playable, 9 languages. So this should go up. Oh, I gotta remind it. Put the new game at the top. It always likes to put them at the bottom. It's annoying. Alrighty, let's finish this. That's committed. I guess we could have pushed this and that would, oops. Could have pushed this and that will trigger a new deployment. This guy, I think we need to set these locally. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna do that in another window. What's the other one? So just one? I thought there was two. KV REST API URL. Oh, that's not even the thing I thought it was. That's this one. I wonder if I need to set all of these. I just copied the name. Well, I don't want to copy the name. I want the value, dude. Copy. And now I copy the name and the value. So I have double key. Okay. Oh no, you did not just delete. Sorry, can't see what I'm doing. It's fine. You don't want to. It's annoying stuff. I guess I'll just grab all these. I don't know. Do I need them all? Can't copy that one because it's secret. Let's grab them all. GitHub PAT, might as well. What was that? What did I click? How did that open up? Oh, I know what I did. And then vibe racing, no, race signing secret. Cool. Added vibe racer at the top. Commit and push. We're gonna rerun this guy. It's got all the local variables now, so we shouldn't see that error anymore, but who knows? play default track. Let's inspect. I want to see if there's any errors in the console. Refresh. Okay, not even the favicon icon. Error, favicon. One track, just one track, and it's already fun. All right, because I have my Git PAT, I wonder if I can actually submit. Ooh, that's close to a record there. Submits. You know what? We should have watched network to see if it sends. It did. Hey yo. Is that a secret? Don't tell me that's my secret. No, that's the hash, right? Hash of the map. Slug. Version. Okay, that's the hash of the map. But where did it put my time? Ah, put all the checkpoints here, my initials, the time, and then the token is just right out there for everyone to see. Is that the same token? No. So that's the client side token that I think the server gave me when I called start. This should have returned that token you just saw. It did. Cool. All right, the nonce in this token is what allows it to verify that I am who I say I am. I have authorization or whatever. Cool. Leaderboard still not implemented. Let's go do that. Oh, let's try one more thing. Let's try a slug. Randy. Okay, so I'm gonna set the best lap time on Randy, and you guys have to go beat it. This is localhost, but I think it's still gonna work because I give it all the secrets. 499 or 496. All right, try this in production. It's that URL I gave you guys earlier. Or you go to my website. It should be there now. Let's go to the website. 28 projects. I must have had 2 that were missing. All right, so click this button. That will take you here. Look at that art. That's sick. All right, and then, I mean, you get a go. What does that do? There's sound? What is happening right now? What? What is this? What happened? When did we implement the vibes, guys? Sorry, let me turn it down. You can't hear it. That's what I hear. What happened? Where did this come from? What? It's when I click. What is happening? Is this no. What? What? What happened? What is this? This is cool, but this is not. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna go Randy. What happened? What was the path? What was the full path? Does this one render that way too? It does. Okay. Did we just build 2 games and not realize it? Were they playing the wrong game this whole time? Seriously, the same game? Same game? What? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go side by side. No, it's the wrong one, but okay, that's fine. Somebody want to explain to me how these are the same games? I guess one is dev mode. You got more tools in dev maybe. And then go, mute, play default track. All right, we're gonna give this to Claude. Why does local look so different than prod? I was kind of liking the music. I forgot we said we were gonna do music and stuff. Oh man, perspective is all off though, and it immediately just ran off the road like going super fast too. Was it like an earlier version and then we reworked it or something? Oh man, I'm nervous something is really borked. That's crazy. Left pane is not your deploy. Totally different app. Neon Vibe Racer. Title MPG gauge muted. There's two likely explanations. Domain collision was claimed on Vercel before you connected this repo. It belongs to another project. Oh no, 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 no. That's not what's happening, is it? Repo not connected yet? What is happening right now? Is this somebody else's game? Oh my god, this is somebody else's game. How did I get there? I was like, I kind of like that music though. We're gonna have to steal that. No, just kidding. Oh wow. How did I get there? Okay, that's my game. Did I type that in? Okay, I was tripping for a second. I was like, did I have like an early version that was all art and music and half broken that got deployed? That's so funny. Because it's like not. Do I have another version? I'm gonna go check. Did I just like in my sleep code another version of that game? Because I feel like Vibe Racer is a game name I would have chose in the past. That's somebody else's, right? Oh, we're about to find out. Vibe Racer. Oh, I could search it. Racer. Text Racer is the other game that I built. Okay. Yeah, that's not my game. Wow. That really threw me through a loop. Cool. All right, here's the broad one. Sorry. All right, I was tripping for a second. So go here. And it doesn't have my high score from the local one like I thought it might. That's fine. I guess they're in different environments, that's why. Oh, that would have been like the highest score you've ever seen me do. I'm gonna get sub 5. Come on. I can't let someone else get a better time than me. Or better time than I got local earlier. You can get a better time than me, but I'm sorry. That's not what I'm trying to focus. Stop talking to myself. Come on. Come on. Okay, got sub 5. All right. I think I need a break, but I'm going to push through. We're going to try to wrap this up. You should be able to get. Oh, I know. Okay, I know how I got there now. I was like, how did I get there? It's like, am I stupid? I mean, I am stupid, but no, it's because I think Claude implemented the wrong URL. Yeah, so Claude did it. Blame the Claude. You know, it's so funny because like as I was telling it to commit and push, I was like, someone probably yelling in the back of their head, "You didn't test it." It's so true. You used the wrong URL. My game is. Do I have it? I'm just gonna copy it so I don't do another dumb mistake. My game is this one. status. I think we pushed everything. What's next? Okay, fixed. Leaderboard UI. Laps already submit, but nobody can see them in the leaderboards button. Okay, so nobody can see them. That means this UI is just me, not all time best, but my all time best. I guess that kind of makes sense. I think we should have lap record up there as well. Yeah, let's put lap record up there. Put the overall lap record in the HUD. Then implement the leaderboard UI. Alternative, if you rather shift direction, track editor. Oh yeah, we haven't even done the track editor yet, guys. I think this is a good first slice. We actually have a real slice though that you can play and go try and set your own high scores. So check it out. We could do a part 3, or I could see how fast we can get the editor out. Somehow I lost. Oh, it's right here. I lost you guys. And now the website should be fixed. Might still be deploying. We'll see. Fixed. Go check it out. All right, I think I'm gonna do the dual Claude thing. We could also use a work tree. Let's try using a work tree so we don't clash. And then I could show you guys how the PR previews work. I'll do a PR from a work tree. So a work tree is like another clone of your repo, a little lighter. It shares a lot of the same files. Let me load the work tree tool. I forgot I made a work tree tool. Yeah, I probably should delete that. Or no, that might be their work tree tool. Okay. Yeah, I got a bunch of skills on my repo. If you look, one of them was for managing work trees, but I don't think you need it anymore. Yeah, this might be theirs. Never mind. There it says Anthropics. Oh, we didn't test. The other thing we didn't test was feedback. We can do that real quick while those are running. Did you guys see there's no... Oh, maybe it just was like off screen. Where's the pause button? See, now it's there. I feel like it doesn't always show up. Where... Oh, feedback's over here. Okay. So this is funny because it sends a binary screenshot, but also it's probably going to be a screenshot of the pause menu. So yeah, I haven't quite figured that one out. Let's see. Feedback. needs. Did my keyboard die? Don't die. Don't die. I mean, the left side's dying. The left side died. It must not be getting enough power. That's the only thing I could think of. Yeah, it's not letting me type. Oh, it types in other browsers. Like, literally the left side doesn't work in this browser, but works in other apps. That doesn't make any sense. Today is full of weird stuff I cannot explain. Needs. Look at this. D. I can type D. As soon as I try to type D, nothing. It's just D. No. A. Z is fine. Q is fine. W doesn't work. I'm dumb. It's WASD. I jumped to my keyboard being the problem because I just literally had a problem with my keyboard 2 days ago. Oh my god. Okay. So we found a bug. You cannot use WASD while in feedback because those are the controls for the car. Guessing the same is true for arrows. Yeah. Cool. Good bug. Good bug. I'll go back to the feedback after I fix that bug. Looks like this guy might rap first. We could have him fix the bug. Actually, he's in a work tree, so we'll have this one fix it. Have this guy put in a PR. Test and GDD updates. I could open one more. Let's see if they step on each other's toes. There's a bug. Oh, I didn't open Claude. There's a bug when trying to type into the feedback text input. The WASD controls are still swallowing those button presses, those key presses. So when paused, the keys mapped to control the vehicle should be unmapped / usable by the UI. Probably a way better way to say that, but let's see what it comes up with for fixing it. This guy should have leaderboards ready to test locally. So this is where it starts getting heavy, right? You got 3 things going at once. You can start to see how things can scale. Also, it gets dizzying if you don't pay attention. Leaderboards. Yeah, that might just take a second to pop. All right, leaderboards didn't render here, but did I rebuild? I did, right? Yeah, I rebuilt. Maybe no, this backend's here. I was gonna say maybe the backend needs to be deployed, but no, it's using a local backend. You know what? Maybe it threw an error. Or it could, maybe the button could still be disabled from earlier when I told it to disable the leaderboards button. That's weird that I can highlight that one, but not the others. See, this is where you can start to get really nitpicky and focus on the quality and performance and stuff before you've even figured out the game. I mean, I figured out the game, but like, It's one map. It's one track. We need more to it. All right, so this committed route returns 25, HUD record lock, block shows overall track record. Do we have that showing up? Because that would show us if we are even running the latest code. Lap, best all time, best session. Yeah, so we're not running the latest code is what this is telling me. Oh, see, I'm running the remote. And it was 3,000, wasn't it? All right, there we go. RLL set the record. Sweet. Oh, and then leaderboards. There we go. Both me. Go beat my time, guys. I wonder if this like keeps top of the top 10 or every single lap. That seems interesting and testable. That was 9 seconds. Did it save that one? Did it save 9 seconds to the leaderboards? This is it. Oh, I could have swore that one would have been much better than it was. 10? Are we thinking 10? We think it stores 10? I think it might just store infinite. We do have that timeout though. If you use too much of my KV store Vercel credits or whatever API calls, it will time you out. Maybe we need to start batching pushes so we don't save every time. But then you start getting complex edge cases. It's like, how do you know when it's safe to save? We're a web game, you know, there's like, maybe we put on the screen, you know, do not close the game when you see this icon. And it could be like an icon showing when it's not saved. Again, you can get super complex. But we're just working on the foundation stuff right now. All right, that should be at least 10. Yeah, so I think it just keeps going. That's interesting. All right, I don't see a need for a hard limit right now because even if I set a limit, it's still going to save every lap. So if anything, our problem is on write, not read. Fixed the bug. So this is the bug, use keyboards. All right, let's see if it fixed the bug. The bug was in feedback over here. And I was going to say need something. I forgot what I was going to say. Do you think the feedback should just be in the menu? Like, I like the fab, but now that it's only visible when paused, maybe it shouldn't only be visible when paused, so you can get a better screenshot. At the very least, we need to unpause to take the screenshot. Whatever. I don't want to go down that road right now. So consider unpausing to take the feedback screenshot. Thanks for the feedback. Your message has been submitted. Let's go check. Vibe Racer. Issues. Hey, player feedback. Could probably put their person's initials or name, but that's fine. You know what? It's actually trying to render the... I think I must have fixed this at some point, but it was giving the whole binary for the image before. Now it failed, but probably for a different reason. Like maybe I don't have permissions to take a screenshot. I didn't really see anything pop up though. Is there anything in here? Connection not secure. This is also local. Did I do it through local? That could be part of it. Let's do one more. Actually, we have to commit. But yeah, it did fix the bug. All right, commit the fix for the keyboard issue. Oh, we do. There's one thing we need to confirm though about that fix, because I was thinking about this earlier. if I go to give feedback and then resume, it needs to re-enable the keys, and it may forget to do that, and it did. It did. It did exactly what I worried it would do. Actually, amend that commit with a fix for the new issue you caused. I can't control the car after unpausing. Yeah, I mean, that's on me. It was a bad prompt. Kind of. I mean, sometimes I give Claude more credit than it deserves when it comes to reading my mind. All right, what is this work tree doing? Track editor, that's right. Run, yeah. I wonder if I'm in the work tree, so let's see if this will work. Run build. May have to take this one down. Run that in the background. Track editor. Edit track. Yes. And I shouldn't be able to save because that's not a closed loop. Open connector at O2. How are they doing coordinates? From here? Like we're two, how's that two? Oh, 0, 1, 2. How's that, what? How's that facing 0? Okay, that does not follow. Okay, that doesn't make sense to me. Click to rotate, great. So those should connect, but they're not. Wait, did I just change the piece? How did I change the piece? Close the loop. Oh, it keeps going. That's good. All right, let's put a turn back in here. Is that right? Looks so funky. Do like an S turn here? Is that an S turn? What is that? How do I connect those? Guess I can't. Because I only have 90s. That's why. That wouldn't work. The direction's wrong. Might be a way to like mix the directions. Oh wait, no, that worked. Wrong way. Okay, you just have to go around twice. It's kind of an S, right? Let's go. I'm sure we could make this easy or like nicer. Oh shoot! Was I going the wrong direction the whole time? Damn it! It's going this way. Why is it going this way? I feel like when I drive, I go the other way, right? I don't know. Maybe the arrows are supposed to be backwards. There's got to be a way to fix this. Okay, let's go here, here. Oh, that was the one I wanted. Problem is you pass it, you can't go back. All right. I don't have enough space. frustrated. We need to make this better. Clicking through like works. It's simple, but also has issues. All right, and then this guy's got to connect somehow. This is gonna be a terrible map. Okay, so this doesn't close. How do we close it? Let's go all the way around. Oh no, we'll just do this. Still backwards. What am I doing? Can I just get rid of these? Ugh, there we go. What a funky track. Actually kind of looks legit. Alright, it's the valid closed loop. I used 26 of 64. I could have cleared, whatever. Saved. Save failed. I want to cry. Payload. I can at least copy this and maybe have it send to later. Copy object. Probably just doesn't work locally. I don't know. Maybe I have to deploy to get the new table in KV or in Upstash. That's the only thing I can think. Could also be something to do with the work tree. Okay, so this guy says he fixed our unmapped stuff after pausing and unpausing. So I'm going to kill this one. Or I guess it was over here. It's in the background. So to get to the background, you just go down, and then you go to the shell, and then it shows you how it's running. If you want to kill it, there should be an option here, X. Hit X. Boom. Not going to restart this one. Force with least push won't let me. Rejected. Push. Did this one change something? I can't remember what this one was. See, this one's talking about it gets messy fast. What? The user shouldn't be responding to me yet per the caveat, but they're stuck on push. I'll wait. They're doing some weird stuff with their prompt. Claude 4.7 is trying to add like safeguards, policy guards, and that's just a weird one. It's usually I see weird stuff around bash. Do a push. Stop task. Oh, because I KV local was missing from the work tree. So my second guess was right. Yeah, work trees, like fresh clones, they don't get the environments variables if they're not checked in. So this did a symlink, which is great. That's how I would normally solve it. Wrap KV write block in this try catch. Storage failure is now 503, which the editor already surfaces in line as the error string. Added a regression test that mocks KV set to throw an assert 503. Nice. To pick up the fix in the running server, stop the background thread, run it. Okay, let's do that. I gotta kill this one. This guy was we were gonna fix. We're gonna verify this first, so I guess I should do that. I don't want to lose this one. I'm gonna see if I can keep this tab open. Okay, so we gotta verify that when I pause, I can type WASD, arrow keys. Cool. And then escape. I should be able to get back. Okay, make sure there's nothing weird here. Can't stay on the freaking track. Did they change the perspective? No, right? Okay. Just making sure. All right, looks good. Hey, DFS. Thanks for playing the game. Get better. No, I'm just kidding. I want to see your times go up, man. Or down, I guess. Alrighty. So that's good. I'm running out of gas here. Let me get this going. Run, buddy, run. So we'll have the work tree run. We'll have it open a PR, and then I'll show you guys how it does previews, builds, and then that might just be good enough once we have the editor in place. We do need to make sure it works. So I'm running it again right now. Right in the background. I'm going to go back to this tab. Oh no. Didn't I have a tab with the editor open? Was it this one? Okay, this one. Save. Hey, it worked. It worked. It's so ugly though. All right, I'm off track at the start, so we need to solve that. This is orientation or rotation when you start on an S curve or a turn. It's also not letting me. Okay, there it goes. We really need a better car. I'm pretty sure that silver or that gray thing at the back is supposed to be a muffler. So like we're probably just rotating wrong. And there's no tires. And it's kind of weird there's a cockpit. It's like how a child would draw a car, how I would draw a car. Sorry, I'm really bad now. I think now I have to actually let off the gas. You know, there's a brake, I think, too. What if I do brake? Yeah, so if I do, it's down arrow, which is terrible. Maybe it's space. I thought they said something to space. Yeah, we should have control customization, or at least tell you what they are. Oh, okay. So hold on. I don't have to hold up the whole time, maybe? All right, yeah. So if I just don't, okay, it decelerates slowly. Okay. So you do have to gas the whole time. But if you let up, that does brake or, you know, decelerate slightly. So that's one way to do it. So just let up on the corner. Oh. Beat that score. Oh, okay. I was doing good. I just let up and I almost rode that momentum all the way through. and then the end, I lost it. I tried to go speed up again. Okay, this is actually really fun. It's sick. All right, what I want you guys to do is I want you to go and add feature requests. Put your feature requests here. I think I want ghost car. I want a better looking car. Maybe custom background. Tons of cool things we can add here. All right, let's see who's not pushed. I think all these are pushed. No. Git add.claude. Oh, that's the work tree. I want to ignore that. Git ignore.claude. This guy needs to go put in a PR. Open, or I guess commits and open a PR. Probably should do the cleanup first. Bug fix, but that's fine. You guys can see how it handles multiple pushes to the PR when it comes to preview builds. All right, we can close this guy. This is in the same directory. I'm going to clear the contacts and say what work remains. Note that the track editor changes is here. Oh, this is my second pull request. What's the first one? Oh, here we go. Let's have Copilot review it. That's another thing you guys can do. Smoke for the editor, save flow, follow up. Okay, so I didn't do a new smoke test. We can do that. It's got conflicts. Great, I can show you that as well. And it probably is not going to do the Vercel build if there's conflicts, if I had to guess. I can't remember. No, it says deployed. Usually it comments though. That's interesting. Usually we'll comment with a link. There it is. Okay. So click this, and this is going to be the one with the track editor. And so if you look, this is a whole nother instance of the app, which is a really great way to test out changes. I'm going to cancel that. They also have this. I never use this, but this like a little pop-up. You can do stuff with Vercel here. Not sure. Cool. So that's previews in Vercel. It's automatic. Kind of get it for free if you set it up like I did. We need to handle the conflicts between GDD and game. That makes sense. This was forked off, or not forked, but this was a work tree was created from an older branch, and they both touch that file. Resolve conflicts with main. In flight PR2. Not yet landed. Core loop loading existing prompt on a fresh slug. What does it mean prompt? Oh, if you go to / never been gone to before slug, it will say, do you want to load an existing? Interesting. Personal best fanfare. Yeah, that'd be nice. Camera, quaternion slurp for orientation, position, target, lerp, already ships. What? Already ships? Shipped? Ships? What does that mean? Dev panel sliders. Oh yeah, we need that. Touch joystick port from fracking asteroids. Oh yeah, we need touch. Got to do touch next. QE shifter keys. Oh yeah, we haven't done shifting. Vehicle. We want the vehicle. I got to do the vehicle. This vehicle's trash. Angular velocity. That's what I was saying, right? Like if you turn, it doesn't seem to change the velocity, the speed at all. Per wheel raycast. Okay, that's just fancy. I feel like it's already like good physics, and this wants to add more. Track system, post editor, S curve, and other pieces. Yeah, that would make it a little easier if it just had a straight up S curve. Configurable checkpoint count per track. Yeah, I'm not sure what happens to the checkpoint now that I have a larger map. Does it just work? Per slug, create or load prompt for empty slugs. Settings screen, edit initials. Yeah, you probably need that. That's what settings for. The deep link routed through the UI. KView path already accepts it. Latest updated slugs list on slash. That means show other people's tracks. Yeah, we want that too. Race flow, animated 3-light traffic signal, synth boops, probably per track configurable checkpoint count. That's in like 3 places, or 2 places. Title menu, we want that. Settings, entry, and pause. Touch size pause button. Physics tuning dev panel, not started. Leaderboards, older version dropdown. We need that. Personal best fanfare, visual plus audio, admin tooling to revoke the composite member. I don't know what that is. Pagination past top 100. Is that to get rid of scores that are like fake? I don't know what it means. Feedback fab, playwright coverage, visual polish. It's fine. Audio entire section, title loop. Yeah, we need all the audio. Deployment action, user action, create Vercel project, link kv, set GitHub. We already did that. All right, so that fixed the conflicts that were there. What landed in the merge commit, kept mains pause view, great. And wired my edit on edit track. 3 conflicts resolved. All right, we gotta test it. Kill this one. Oh, that's not running. Okay. Kill this one. X build. Updated to done in both status table and section header. Remaining list now drops that bullet. All right, I want you to work on something, but I want to get this in first. So let's merge this first. Start. Control B. Local. So that goes to start, but if I go to Randy, don't I have a custom track? Nope. It's local host, maybe that's why. Edit track. What if we flip these and make it invalid? But it's closed but invalid. No, that is not invalid. What? Maybe there is no way to do that actually. It just wouldn't close otherwise. I want to see if I can get the arrows backwards. I guess this has to go straight. so that's closed and the arrows are going in multiple directions. So is that valid? I feel like that's not valid. It's saved. So maybe the arrows don't matter. We'll see if I can't set the highest score, then they probably matter. If the arrows don't matter, then why am I looping through twice? Well, that was smooth. This is full speed. So you can still do this map at full speed. Okay, maybe that one. Maybe that one's a little tough. Let's see. There we go. Oh, that's clean. It's like, how did it know to set the full, like set the max speed to something that would just work really well with these conditions, these turn radiuses or whatever. Got lucky. All right. Did it fix the arrows? It did not. I'm going to ask a question because I don't understand that part. Notice I have arrows going in both directions. The track still works. What is the point of the arrows? I'm going to have them work on the version dropdown. I'll just rebase off of that track editor later. Honest answer, added them to disambiguate rotation on symmetrical pieces. A straight add 0 looks the same as 180. The turn shape alone doesn't scream which rotation it is. But since the validator treats the loop as undirected, the car can drive either way. The entry they imply is fiction. For turns, the shape itself already conveys rotation. So the arrows are just noise. Want me to drop them, simplest, or swap them for something non-directional, like a corner dot? I do kind of see its point. Like if I'm having a really complex map that maybe like goes up and down like this, it could be nice to see the direction. Okay, but only one end has the direction, so I think a dot actually is fine. It still implies that it matters though, like the dot is gonna do anything. Like a dot kind of implies like, oh, the car enters from this one and exits from there, but actually it doesn't matter. It's a little, it's more ambiguous than an arrow, which makes it a little better. All right, the other thing is when starting on a corner, the vehicle was off-road and rotated incorrectly. I don't know if that's because it's on a corner or something else, but did I get a screenshot of that? I thought I did. Did I not? Shoot. I did. Root cause. Build track path uses order 0.center, the cell center, as the spawn for a straight that lies on the center line, but for a corner, the cell center is 14 units from the arc center, about 4 units off the arc. Pass track width divided by 2. That triggers off track, and the heading uses exit-dir. I remember when Claude would do this, like where it would like find the root cause of something, and it'd be this detailed, but it'd be bullshit. Like it didn't actually test it, it just kind of guessed. I feel like it doesn't do that as much anymore. I feel like I trust this more. Which doesn't match the arc tangent at the cell center. Fix spawn at the piece's entry edge. Step a few units inward along the tangent. Works for both straights and corners. Cool. We need one more thing. We need to clearly identify which piece is the start line piece, whatever. I'm going to stop this guy so that I can run this other branch. That's the other. This is a custom track, so it made me think it was the custom track branch, but maybe it just loaded because I went to a hash. I'm so curious if this hash is just a key to the track, like saved somewhere, or if this actually, because what I originally was saying, like you should have all the pieces on the grid resolved to a hash. And so like if I changed one of these, like would it resolve to a proper hash, and meaning like a different configuration of a map? I don't think it will. I don't know, it's probably more complicated than that, but that'd be interesting. So let's start with Randy. Okay, Randy. Forgot what I was testing here. No, this is the other map. This is the second one I made. I did make this locally. Okay. I was testing leaderboards. So there should be a version. See how there's a version here? You should be able to see different versions. Looks like there's only one, latest racing. So I would need to edit it to see the see any other ones. And the editor is not in this branch. Okay, good enough. We can test it more thoroughly later. Okay, and I gotta run this. Okay, so it's rotated correctly now. But notice it's behind, or it's in front of the racing line. Oh, sorry, that's not even on a curve. That's not even on a curve. Was I always starting in front of the racing line and I just never noticed, or the finish line? Was it always like that? All right, but I need a track that is on, that has a corner. Okay, start is there. That's fixed. Great. I am curious what happens if I delete it. It just jumps to the next one. Okay, I'm fine with that. I mean, it might be nice to put it back, or like have a way to put it to whatever you want to put it to. But for now, that's a very basic solution. I'm cool with. So this is on a corner. Let's check the rotation. I think I need to be on an S turn to truly test it. Like this guy. See, this is where it'd be handy to be able to like right click and make this the start, or long press and make this the start or something. Oh, that would be so easy to add too, but I'm scope creeping here, so I'm going to leave that for now. Instead, let's make this crazier. I guess let's check every single direction. Am I testing this right? I think that's right. Yeah, I think it got it. I don't know. Maybe I'm not doing it right because the previous one is not a turn. No, it is a turn. Okay. All right, we're gonna call that good. If you see any issues with it, let me know. Commit and push. We still need to do the review of the code. That's one thing that this branch is not done yet, so we'll do that now. And this guy says the next thing to work on could be one of these. Where was it? I think I want the model. What else did I say I really wanted? Something to do with this load existing prompts. I don't even know what that is, but I feel like it's gonna matter. Let's see. If I go to a brand new blah, it just creates a new map. So I don't know what it's talking about, load existing. It's a UX gap. Right now, visiting some new slug that nobody has built on silently serves the default A-piece oval. The GDD's intended behavior is if a track exists at that slug, the latest version loads. If not, a prompt offers create new track. Okay. No, I see that. Yeah. We should just have a, like, as long as the title screen has an ability to load some kind of default track or somebody's track, that's where you're normally going to start. But if you do just type in your own slug, it should ask you to edit the track, I guess, instead of having to start with a track and then edit. Could be nice starting with a track when you edit, though. Let's see. It also could be really freaking annoying. We should have some defaults you can pick from, but feature creep, do that later. All right, so let's say, okay, do that feature now. And notice I'm not planning, because we did that really long planning session and that really long GDD doc, and we've been updating the GDD with implementation details as we go. We have really good commits, and so it's able to work out a plan on the fly, and the context level's been really low. But as we, start adding more complicated features maybe, or the code gets so advanced, maybe we need to do more planning up front. But it's pretty good about looking into what it needs to look into to figure out what it needs to add the feature. All right, did some cleanup. Solve any new conflicts with the latest main. Like this editor is not a trivial feature. I'm going to do a couple more rounds of review. So this down here, it's pretty nice. I forget what they call this. Claude status, Claude, I forget. But you can configure it in /config, I think. But it has what work tree I'm in, what model I'm on, how much context I've used, what mode I'm running in, and the PR number when you have a PR. Okay, so it did find stuff to clean up. Great. This one's updating test type check build GDD. Again, I don't think I have anything in my global Claude.md. Let me double check. I know I have something, but I don't think I'm enforcing it to do this. Let me go check. All right, so what I have, I've got a starter symbol. That's why you always see that robot. And so I do this in case I have any other Claude.locals or Claude.mds in the project. And when it's using, sometimes if this context gets lost, and if I don't see this robot, then I know there's something wrong. Otherwise, for bigger projects, I might override this starter symbol with, a sunshine icon, whatever, something else, a race car, and then I know that my local Claude is taking over. This is just something that I always put in there. Like, I hate when Claude puts itself as a co-author. It's funny though, because when I do it from my phone, it does add Claude as a code author. So I don't care as much anymore. But it used to be really annoying. It's like everything I do now is with a coding agent. It's fine. That's the default. Just assume you don't need to announce it. But honestly, it doesn't matter anymore. Write commit message as if you, the human, wrote the code. Keep them clean and professional. No AI attributes. So I could probably delete this. But yeah, the point is, I don't have anything about update the GDD. It could be in the memory. So we do have a memory system now. Let's check. So my overall, this is a fairly new machine, but yeah, overall memory that's shared, I think, from everywhere. Oh, there's like a swap file, so it didn't actually. Oh, I have it open, that's why. It counts that as memory. Okay. I was thinking memory, like, I thought I had something special for memory. Did I just overwrite it? Did not mean to do that. Okay, that's what we just looked at. Literally what we just looked at. So that command would have been an easier way to pull it up. Cool. And then the local project one just refers to agents MD. Great. But then it's supposed to have like its own, yeah, auto memory, this guy. Oh, wow. So this opened up. Okay, that's not it, what I thought it was. I was gonna say it opened up this huge directory, but these are just like cached files or something. These are just conversations, I guess. Projects? These are projects. Okay, these are projects. But yeah, here's the memory ID, MD. Never use M dashes. Prefer simple, consistent flows over branchy UX. One rule for all routes. Explain why you are prompting. So this must have got in there through one of the skills I used, the verify or something, because I do not know where this came from. 417. So from Friday. Cool. So a bit better UI, but I don't remember prompting that. So that's kind of curious. But yeah, that's auto memory. It's kind of new. So where does that leave us? Where are we at now? Where's our warp? What is that? What are we doing? Did I close it? I thought I freaking closed it. I think I did. Shoot. Oops. Dun, 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 dun. Welp. Problem is I wasn't in the work tree when I started that session. I think I was here. It must have been solve any new conflicts. Yeah, it was this one. I think they were both done, honestly. All right. We could probably merge that PR. We're gonna have to test this one. This one we'll test on the PR. Oh, we need feedback from Copilot. Okay, there's feedback from Copilot. Great. All right, so we're gonna play it. This track editor. Oh, it's a left-handed track all of a sudden. When did that change? So that might explain why so that direction must matter. Let's edit that. Locally that was not going that way, was it? I'm pretty sure it's going the other way. Let's flip it. Oh, but it's just jumped up there now. See, now I'm in front of it. It's still left-handed though. Is it left-handed? I guess it depends where on the map I'm looking. Something's funky. Let's restart. sometimes the finish line is behind the starting position of the vehicle. Might need to give it more context. Screenshots from both, the map. And this guy we want to run locally. Okay, so this one was the one doing the, when you go to a new path, it's going to ask you if you want to load an existing map or create one. And I'm just reviewing the code now, or simplifying the code, and this is a run of it locally. Let's go look. This is the PR builds. We want to go to the local build, so this guy. Oops. Cancel that. Let's refresh. Still got that bug on this branch, but that's fine. So this one was new path, so we actually have to go first. Let's go to the root. I want to see what that looks like. Okay, so this slightly changed. It's got dates on it now, or type any path. Yep. So we're gonna go car. All right, no track here yet. The URL is an empty canvas. Build a track on it or erase somewhere that already has one. So that goes to start. Okay, that worked. Create a new track. Broken, but that might just because it's local. If I refresh, it could be a timing thing. Nope. Maybe it's a 404, pretty straightforward. I used the new create track button and I did 404s. Is this because I'm running locally or a real issue? I'll let it finish its code review. All green, rebuild, reload. Finish line stripe now sits 3 units ahead of the car at go. So you'll see it through the windshield. All right, well, did that commit? Because we're dealing with the branch now. I did not commit and push. This, I actually can technically send this. These are done anyway, so it's doing whatever it's doing to review these results. It might work on this before it like fixes anything. It's fine. It'll get it all done. Okay, now it pushed. Let's open the preview branch again, which I don't remember how we got there. It must have been this one. I just pushed, so it takes a second to build. See, that's yellow. If I click now, it would go to the old one. Which reminds me, there's another feature I like to put in these games, which is whenever you load the game and it knows you're on an older version, it will have a toast saying, take me to the new version or whatever. I'll add that at some point. All right, sooner than later, because versioning is nice to have. All right, that's messed up. Maybe that's why it was putting it behind. Pausing the simplify cleanup to answer this directly, so I did interrupt it. It's a real issue, not a local dev thing. The slug edit route doesn't exist on main. Oh, duh. could do these as follow-ups as well, but because this is kind of waiting on this code now. This is why branching sucks. Trunk-based development for the win. Yeah. This is what happens. You just get in the rabbit hole. Not even a rabbit hole. The AI agentic coding hole. I don't know. Where you just want to keep going and going and going. But yeah, I've got a headache, so I really need to just wrap it up. But I I just want to do one more thing every time. Just one more thing, one more thing, one more thing. It never ends. But yeah, at least when I code from my phone, I can do other things. Set it up, have it go run. Here, I'm just sitting in my office for hours, you know? I do kind of want to start up another one, but then you got to dealing with three branches, you know? But I want to get the car. I still want the car. I still want the music, better title graphics. It's like so much I want to do that I could just do it from my phone and then show you guys later. But I kind of like recording it, having a record of how I did it. But honestly, it's always the same. I asked Claude to do it. I tested it. I had to clean it. I had to fix some bugs. It's the same. The hard part, not the hard part, but like the creative part, I don't know what to call it, was the beginning. Was that first hour where we laid out the plan, the vision for how we wanted to build this thing. It does get tricky again. It gets tricky again when you want to add more features, more fun, finding the fun, keeping the fun, scaling it to bigger and better, more content. You know, it gets hard again. Like there's real issues that will come up. But we're in the kind of early phase where it's like we got the plan, execute the plan. There'll be a couple hiccups, but for the most part, it's straightforward. Stripe should be fixed. Over here, what do we got? Did some cleanup, extracted date formatter, great. More abstract or extractions. Some quality load track tail logic consolidated behind default or not found requested hash. 3 duplicates collapsed to 1. Deleted narrative comments, but kept a type Y line where it adds value. Efficiencies dropped the +2 cargo buffer on fetch and track index only ever holds slug validated members, so the buffer was lying about its reason. I don't know what it's talking about. Skipped agreed false positives. All right, so it's skipping stuff, so it must be good to go. We are running it locally, but I'm going to rebuild just in case. PR should be updated, so we'll go check that other one. We'll check both. We'll go to the browser and check both at once. Start. Oh, we swiped the wrong way. All right, be careful not to run this because this might be the old release or the old preview version. Instead, you want, well, go back. So there we go. Refresh just in case. The local one, I want to refresh. Still get a 404, that's fine. I think we're good because we just cleaned this one up. Yeah, so this is fine. Back to home. Yeah, that all looks good. The other one, deployed. Preview. This is the line, yeah. So it fixed the line. I feel like it should angle the car too, if I'm being honest. But that's fine. That's a challenge for another day. We do kind of need to figure out this direction thing though. I said the directions doesn't matter, so we end up removing the arrows. And then now we somehow ended up with a left-handed track. So definitely a to-do there. I mean, I'm not biased against left-handed, I'm just saying. All right. Did we rebase? If we rebase, we would get proper versioning. Let's see. Edit track. Whoa. What was that? You guys saw that? When did my face pop up? I had it. Straight line. All right, so it's got two stranded pieces. I feel like these should be like marked in red. That's another. Someone put a bug in for that for me, please. I'll fix it later. It's not a bug, but suggestion. Easier way to delete pieces. Clicking 1,000 times and then over clicking is annoying. Seriously. Could be even, there could even be a cleanup where it just like deletes everything. All right, so now it's going, I guess this is still left-handed. Wait, am I dumb? Is it just left-handed because of the way I'm stupid, huh? My headache's getting to me. Let's see. I could make this a right-handed track just by, if I know where the start is now. Right? Wait, no, it's going down. Okay. But now that I know it's going, wait, is it going down? Do I start on a straight or start on a turn? Start on a turn, right? That's a turn. So it is going up. Why is this mirrored? Oh no, this is a turn two. Which one is it? I gotta make it more obvious. Make this like really straight. Ah! Yeah, we're starting on the turn, so we're going down. Okay. Is that obvious by the way the start's written? No, right? It'd be the other way. I feel like it's flipped. It could be because the shape of this, like, I bet you, oh yeah, what if I put a straight, or oh, but then it switches the start. Same thing, just move back one. Yeah, the problem is I can't cycle all the way through, but maybe I don't need to. I just need to pay attention. Nope. No, it's gonna delete. It's gonna delete right after this one. Or this one. What? It just jumped over there. All right, so this one's going down, but again, this is too long, so I can't actually tell how big it is. Let's assume it's gonna still go down. Ah. All right, so should be corners. No, it's straight. Yeah, so it's backwards. How did? So when it's facing down, maybe it doesn't matter at all. Maybe it has nothing to do with this. There we go. That will test it. going into the turn. Okay, so it does matter. It goes in the opposite direction of the dot. Super confusing. I guess because it's saying the start line is there. No, I think the start line actually ends up being here. Okay, we'll have to work that out later. I forgot what we were testing. So this is the PR, this is the track editor. I mean, we could probably make that easier. No, I'm not gonna do it. I want to merge this. We're not gonna do that. I'll say add a note to the gdd.md about making it clear. Added about. I'm just gonna do it. Not right click. Long pressing on a piece should move the start indicator to that piece. Long pressing on a piece that already has the start indicator should rotate it so the starting position is going in the opposite direction. It's probably a big change. I couldn't push. Sorry guys, I couldn't merge it. Just couldn't do it. This guy was good. We just need to commit and push it. Our 21% context was that 200,000 tokens. We could probably compact. What was next? I kind of want to work on the car. Oh, or the music. I feel like we could do the music real quick too. We're gonna do music. Work on the music. So remember our gdd.md will have what we planned for the music, but it's gonna be streaming synth sounds, I guess. We're not gonna compile, build, whatever the right word is for music, export a WAV file and play that. That's just too much trouble. Which is funny because you would, as a human, it's probably easier to like make the music you want and then just play it, once on start. But for an agent, it can come up with a way to stream music really easily. Which also gives us the ability to dynamically adjust it based on, I don't know, your speed, or that's a dumb thing. Probably not based on speed, but slight variation based on your name, or oh, how about this? If you're on track to setting the lap record, we could like add some sounds to it. Your imagination is the limit. All right, section 13, audio is currently not started with no code yet. Covers a lot. Title music, in-game. Speed ramp. Okay, so there's a speed ramp in Crossfade. +6 SFX, countdown beeps, engine drone, tire skid, finish fanfare, PB jingle UI clicks. I'd recommend starting with the scheduler plus title music loop first. Foundation, the rest hangs off of. Then in-game music with Crossfade. Then SFX last. That keeps the first PR reviewable instead of one giant audio drop. Get it? Audio drop. Want me to start there? Sure, go for it. should have put a little more attention into the direction stuff. If it keeps biting us, we'll sit down and think of a better abstraction or something. All right, direction of travel is encoded by the cell adjacency of pieces 1 to 0. If pieces 1 sits at connection A's offset, the car exists through connection A. Otherwise, piece 1 at connection B, not adjacent or missing, exit through con B. Is this that comment that we deleted earlier? It feels like a different spot in the code now, but it still doesn't make sense to me. It's not immediately obvious what this is saying. We may need some kind of abstraction around direction that's one step removed from a offset dot der, a offset dot dc, second dot, like, it's too, it's not, we need to encapsulate in something that has meaning. Reorder pieces so row call becomes pieces 0, preserving the current loop. Traversal order, no off, if row column is already pieces 0 or not in the path. Yeah, I knew this was going to be more complicated. Probably broke some stuff. We're going to simplify and then we'll test. Okay, got some title music going. This is good. I'll do some music. Maybe I'll do a little art. That way you basically have seen a little of everything. A lot of some stuff, but music and art, do a little bit. We can always polish that and keep adding more later. Calling browser MCP. Sure. I mean, I can give you access. Local. You guys can see this now too. Probably need to go to the title screen. Well, we'll let him do it. Try the browser MCP. We can also set up Claude's Chrome browser tool or whatever. This one just works. It's very simple. See, you can see its cursor. You can see what it's doing. The sound. Oh, can you guys hear that? Not bad. I'll take it. A little cartoony. Page loaded and click registered. No console errors. The audio context should be alive after the first click. Do you hear a title loop? If yes, I can move on to in-game music with crossfade. What are you guys thinking? Can you hear this? That's cool. Would get annoying quick. I don't know, I'm kind of also vibing to it. Vibe Racer. Cool. Very cool. That's music. Any musicians in the audience? What do you think? Probably not very impressive. But imagine we could vary that based on the user that signed in, some state, are you the current champion? Do you have the best lap time? Then you get a winner's theme. All right, dedupe direction inference, memory leak. There was a memory leak. Now has use effect cleanup that clears press time ref on unmount. So a pending long press timer can't fire after the component dies. Drop to use memo over the O1 get start exit directory call. The memo bookkeeping costs more than the function itself. Flatten the chevron JSX, remove the wrapper G, and put the transform directly on the polygon. Trimmed what narration comments? I bet I got rid of that one that we were reading earlier. Skipped noted not acting per cell closure allocation acceptable at current scale, extracting a use long press hook and a dedicated dir to SVG degrees. All right, commit and push, and I shall retest. And then we'll finally merge this long running branch. What has it been, an hour? 2 hours? The longest running branch in history on this channel. Just kidding. Just kidding. Was that it? I'm not very good at music. That's probably not the right beat. That's how I remember it though. Slow it down. Refresh. Still building. Done. Preview. No music. That's right. There's no music on this one. We know that. Let's flip the start. Oh, it's not working. Not only did it not long press caused it to flip, but it also got rid of my piece. Click a cell to cycle empty straight left, right across all 4 rotations. It doesn't say anything about long press. Long press isn't doing anything. Is there a better way to do this for both mobile and desktop? We need some kind of tool selector. Maybe if I do it on a new piece, maybe that will work. That doesn't even work. It could be that something is taking the click. Look at the console. There is a deprecated export. Or default export is deprecated. Okay. All right, so this refactored the start game music, crossfade to game, set game intensity, plus a driving minor key in-game pattern at 140 BPM with 4 on the floor, kick and backbeat snare. Wow, it knows the lingo, guys. On mount, it starts title music, so it keeps playing through countdown. Calls crossfade to game at the end of the countdown when begin race fires. Drives intensity from speed / max speed each frame and stops all music on unmount. I could see that being annoying. We'll see. Default crossfade section is 1 second, or seconds is 1 second. So the transition is audible, not draggy. How to verify in the browser. Yeah. I don't know why I put it on a new one. I will make my local builds. Thank you very much. I could tell Claude that. It's the first time I did it though. Built and started itself. Which honestly it's fine. If I would have closed this one, it would have been fine, but I don't want to go to a new port. I'm lazy. Alright, localhost. Sound. check. You have to click though. Annoying, but that's just how browsers work. Right, you can't credit check. That is right. Blah. Alright, so there's no music because I didn't come from the title. Okay, there's music there. What if I exit? Music. Play start. It didn't really crossfade, it just kind of stopped. Oh, something's playing twice. That was really annoying. I was really jamming up to the title, and then just hearing whatever that was terrible. All right, desktop right click fires context menu, mobile long press fires context menu. Okay. We'll try it. Oh, I forgot about the copilot. We gotta read that. All right. Edit track. Right click. No. Yeah, I think that the click on the piece is hijacking the right click even. That's my guess. Let's try mobile. Can't right click, hold. There we go. Kind of. Like it indicates it did something, but didn't actually do anything. Oh, got an error. What does that mean? Blocked UI updates at 64. Event handles on this element blocked. Okay, so it's like it's repeating something. I just realized I'm being dumb. We can break this out. Okay, let's check the music now. Come back to the editor in a second. Music. Okay, which seems fine. Click. Drop suddenly. Okay, it's just the main track, and then I drive. Sounds like it added an extra. add something when you're going. Barely noticeable though. It's still annoying. Yeah, still a bit annoying, but it's functional. Make the fade out longer when transitioning from the title. Fade out and fade in new pause music and pausing. Maybe we shouldn't have any pause music. I feel like you need a break from music. You just pause real quick. Make the pause music more quiet and very mellow. The desktop version wasn't working at all. Right click does nothing. All right, we'll wrap up this music. It's good enough once the pause is in there, whatever. We'll call it good enough. And then I'm gonna, as fast as I can, I'm gonna try to get that model in there of the car. And I think I'm gonna call it. I might do some more from my phone, or I might just save it. We'll see. Save it for the next stream. Maybe a little better. Much more mellow. Okay, good enough. We'll come back to it. It needs some work, but it is what it is. All right. Do one more simplification. Put these in the background. I don't know why they didn't go to the background automatically this time. Maybe because I only did one instead of doing my three. Control B, go to the background, subagents. Last one doesn't want to go to the background. That's fine. all green. Summary of what changed. Commit and push. I'll go test it on the PR, but also you need to address your PR review feedback. Address the PR review comments. Test name mismatch plus duplicate test. Unreachable branch. Leaking raw KV error message in the 503 response. Respond to each comment with how we addressed them. Oh. Didn't commit. That's fine. All 3 reports in, picking up the material wins. The high severity remount, stop race, noise buffer caching, plus schedule noise unification, make track table refactor, replacing game music use effect with title music. Oh, the tag title music. Why title music though? I feel like we need a more generic tag if we're going to reuse that. Exporting track name, trimming dead narrative code, and adding set game intensity change guard. Cool. Yeah, let's go back. No more mobile. Refresh this guy. I'll close out these copilots. And I'm going to ask Copilot to check again. Run the preview branch. Edit track. Right click. Oops, I clicked, not right clicked. That was my bad, actually. Okay, right clicked. Maybe it's working and not telling me it's working. Oh, there's a button for reverse direction. What? When did that get there? Doesn't do anything? What the heck? Let me make it. Okay, let's see. Stop. Okay, so I'm on the turn, right? No, that's the straight. Okay, so that's the straight. And if I reverse direction, it doesn't seem to do anything. I'm still on the straight, right? Yeah. Okay, what if I right click? Nothing. Let's save anyways. Yeah, okay. Edit track. Hold right click. No. Could be this guy. I wonder if this is intercepting. I feel like it's the track piece that's intercepting. What's clear? That's probably everything, huh? We'll try mobile. Okay, that worked. Oh, but I was holding. Oh yeah, I guess there's no right click on mobile. What's funny is it's a triangle, so it doesn't, I can actually tell. So that's facing up. What direction is that facing? Left? That's left. Up. I don't know how it's rotating. Am I crazy? Is that like 45-degree rotations? It is, right? No, it's just going back and forth between the same two. All right, maybe because it's a turn. All right, so now I'm going. Now I'm facing the turn. Okay, fine, sure. All right, mobile works. Something wrong with. Was I just not noticing it? I can't click. Don't click. Clear. That clears everything. I don't want that. Edit. Okay, right click worked that time. Am I crazy? Did it work before? Okay, that's the turn. I'm gonna refresh. All right, maybe it was working before. Maybe I was long pressing. I don't know. No, that flipped the piece. Oh, because I left clicked. Right click. Okay. All right, it works. It works. Okay, we're done. We're done. We did it. Cool. I guess we just need Copilot to respond. Copilot, give us your looks good to me response. Auto prune tracks after fade to zero. Oh, it's talking about music. I was like, what do you mean? You're not pruning my race tracks? Okay, cool. So just cleaning up the music. This guy's ready to merge once Copilot gives the thumbs up, and then we can do the car model next. There we go. And we have a conflict. All right, let's fix that. Efficiency, track, auto prune, quality, intensity. So we just need to rerun this after all those cleanups. Music does not match at all, but it's fine. Crossfade works now. Like if there's like a speed thing, like change verse based on speed, it's like very unnoticeable. All right, Claude responded. answer to your Copilot reviewer. This guy, I'm going to take one crack at making the music adjust based on speed. Not because I want it to sound cooler, but I just want that feature to work right now, and then we can tune it later. Yeah, so it's tiny changes. That's probably why. At intensity 0, the game loop plays at 70% of configured tempo. At 1.0, it plays at full tempo with 140 beats per minute configured. That ramps 98 to 140 BPM. Addressed. All right. It did make a change though to the right click, so we have to do our due diligence. Oh, I'm tired. Due diligence, and we need to make sure this still works. It does. Okay, and then honestly, probably good to check mobile. Okay, we're going to long press. Long press. Cool. Works. Or does it? Yes, it does. Great. Good. Nice. Thank you. This should have better music. We are going to squash and rebase and merge. Squash and merge. Rebase and merge. 13 events from the branch will be rebased and added. No, squash. Squash and merge. And then I don't think I set up this project to include the description. Did it? It did. Or are these no, those are commit messages. Oh, I'll change that later. I just realized that's probably not accurate. Okay, let's check out that new music. Ooh, that's really slow. So remember I said that might be annoying. It is annoying, but it's just because it's like super obvious or super connected to your speed. But I just want to make sure the feature works. Now it does, so we can move on for now. But we need to merge this first, then rebase this one because this guy's been open way too long. All right, new description is there, so refresh. whole thing. That's fine. Squash and merge. That needs to be the default. Where's that setting? I always forget. General? Must have been general. Allow merge, pull request title and description. That's what I want. Allow squash merging. Don't allow merge commits. Annoying. We'll just do squash. We don't need rebase. I'll allow it. Cool. Awesome. So that's merged. You pull the latest main and resolve any conflicts. Yay! Keep work tree. Remove work tree. That's cool that it asks. Yeah, let's remove it. Implement the proper. Implement a. What does it say? What does it say? What does the GDD say about the vehicle model? All right, commit and push the sound. Here we go. Current status partial arcade integrator with off-track drag ships in. The car renders as a simple box. Body cabin nose marker. All right, Kenny GLTF model per wheel raycast. Yeah, visual style cartoony. Physics tunable param. Track adhesion state. Notes what's actually. Oh, make sure the gdd.md is accurate and up to date. The build log at docs.gdd notes what's actually implemented versus pending. Quaternion heading per wheel. Go get the new model. Go get the new model and set it up. Kenny GLTF model. I'm assuming that's art and not like the underlying rig for the physics. Don't actually know what that is. I told it during planning I wanted something open source. $20 vehicles. I'm gonna go look for this. Oh, that's cool. Really cool. Wouldn't it be great if we had all 20? Maybe we start with these. Sedan. Classic red blue sedan. Where's that? This one? Race. Low slung race car with rear wing. More arcadey, flashier. Download 1 GLB from McKinney Mirror. Where should the asset live? Models car glib. Public models car glib. Why is that recommended? New public models directory served on static asset. Sure. Next convention. All right, I think this will round everything out really well. The problem is I don't know if it's gonna be able to like wire up this new model and have it just like race the same as the current model, or if it has to do all that extra, um, physics stuff that I talked about, the ray casting from the wheels and stuff. Hey, Santi's in the chat. Vehicles model recommendation: Toyota Sprinter Chuno A86, commonly referred to as the Hachiriko. I don't even know how to say that. Hachiroku. Maybe have vehicle select option. 100% we need vehicle select option. Yeah, I that was one of the things where I like left in the game design dog like future features, something to explore was like tuning of different vehicles, upgrades. I don't know. Right now, you're trying to compete to set a time on the same track with the same physics. So I don't want to introduce that complexity just yet, but I do like the idea of maybe everybody uses the same car selections and then the times are mapped to whatever car you chose, but everybody's car is the same. They just have like 5 choices of which car with the different physics. I don't know. You can think about it. Maybe we'll have a different mode that's not about lap times. It's more, I don't know, maybe we'll have co-op, like where 2 people can just like, I don't know, destruction derby mode or something where they get to drive around together and it's not about setting lap times, and that way you can customize and upgrade your vehicle. Twisted metal mode, so many things we can do with a car racer to just make it a little fun arcadey game. But yeah, this MVP I wanted to focus on setting creating your own unique tracks and setting lap times and competing with your friends on those tracks. And I think we have achieved that. The music is terrible. Santi, if you are up for it or whatever, you don't have to, but like if you want to take a crack at Claude or something, like changing the music, or use Google, whatever you want, but like you have better intuition than I do around music. All I know is like mechanically I wanted it to adjust somehow to the environment. Maybe each track gets a different generated synth based on like how many turns there are, like something crazy. Right now I have it tied to your speed and it just doesn't feel right, and it's really annoying music. But something if you want to put a PR in for this, that'd be amazing. But no worries if not. I will have Claude do it later. Update GDD section 5 build log. Okay, so it's trying to wire it up. I'm tempted to do something on the side here in the same branch. I think I'm just going to do it. Implement the full, or I'll implement the planned title screen design. Maybe queue up a different loop of various intensities. Yeah, something. Yeah. Also, I don't have any sound effects, and that's taking away from the vibe 100% right now. So I need to add in, scrooch, as you're cornering and whatnot. Also, on keyboard, there is a break, I think. I don't know if it's space. I think there's supposed to be a shift or two. But I just like go full speed on most tracks. And then, so I think we're going to have to do something with breaks. Maybe some smoke effect. But yeah, we'll need more advanced tracks for that. I think the best thing right now is if this model just swaps in for the clunky one we have now and feels exactly the same, and then I can work on trying to do advanced physics later. I don't know if you heard it earlier, Santiago, but this is it. So bad. Let me slow down and see if I stop. If you coast to the corners, it's actually a good strategy. Ooh, why is it so slow all of a sudden? It must just because that's the longest straight I have anywhere, I think. Oh, look at that cheat. Oh no. I wonder if I cut a checkpoint. Did I? If you know where the checkpoints are, you could definitely cheat. And you don't even know if you missed a checkpoint until you get to the finish line and your time doesn't stop. Okay, it worked. Yeah, we'll have to deal with that at some point. And the title screen music, I just wanted a break from that annoying game music, so it's like really mellow. It's almost not even there, which is fine for now. Can you even hear that? It's very soft. I like the title. Title's okay. Which plan should I implement? I don't see a saved plan. GDD spec. Use docs GDD section 9 title screen as a spec. Logo cartoon. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, bro. You got it. You figured it out. All right. What did this do? Okay, the model. There's the model. I'm going to run this. So I saw the new short and I immediately realized I was wrong. Like I was using outdated information and I already kind of knew that. I don't know how long ago did I say that thing about MCPs, because it hasn't been that way since at least January. Anyways, it's funny. I was playing a actually commenter and I corrected myself in the comments. But I did see that video was, or that short was trending as like #1 top video out of 10, for my own videos. You know how it ranks, like how well your video is doing compared to the other ones. It was the #1 video, so I think it's a good topic. It also could be that people know I'm wrong and people get mad. Nobody commented though, so that's kind of a stretch. But sometimes if you say something incorrect, more people will watch it just to correct you. All right, is this running? Okay, it is. Hey, there's no okay. Good enough. I mean, I want to add the color, but I think the turning the wheel, it's good enough. It's good enough. It's good enough. This is what I want. I wanted it to just be a drop-in replacement for now. So did this just go backwards? This did, right? It flipped me? Wasn't I going the other way? All right. No, that's good. That's good. Oh, there's no music. Okay. Because I haven't tapped yet, maybe. All right, I'm gonna have to take off, but that's good. There's no color on the. I guess I need a screenshot, don't I? Oops. There's no color on the model. Model references an external textures color map.png that wasn't extracted alongside the glob. Is that a glob? What is a GLB? It's a global. It's a graphics library binary. It's a. I'm curious. You can use this by the way feature. Have you guys ever seen this? You go, by the way, what does GLB stand for? And then it won't go in the main context, I don't think. GLB stands for GL binary, graphics library binary, or GLTF binary. It is the binary container format for GLTF, GL transmission format, which packs the JSON scene descriptions, any binary buffers, geometry, animation data, and optionally embedded textures into a single GLB file, as opposed to the text-based GLTF variant, which typically references external files. They didn't explain what GL stands for, but I'm assuming it's graphics library. But what? It's not letting me type. Did I break it? Don't touch my keyboard again. Something's froze. Something's froze. Oh, I have to escape from the sidebar. Okay, cool. Added the texture. I wonder if it updated automatically. No, gotta rebuild. That's fine. It is an asset, so that's especially when you have to rebuild usually. What does GL in GLTF or GLB stand for? All right, I should have the new front end as well if I refresh that. Hey, there's the graphic. Or there's the asset. Oh, and the wheels got color on them. Yeah, this is good. This is good. It's very turning on a pivot, or it's like pivoting on the center mass or whatever. Sorry, it's probably really loud. Let's see if the new, okay, here's the new graphics. I'll take it. Every euro is a track. Pick one and drive. I guess there's, oh, you know what? There's one thing I want to do that's slightly different here. Coming soon. Settings. All right, we're gonna do it. This is good. This is good. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna do a small little tweak here and then call it graphics library. Okay. Oh, OpenGL. Yep. Okay. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Commit. No, we have to clean. Sorry, I can't just jump to it. But this guy. I want to add a text input that works on desktop and mobile on the title screen for typing in a custom slug so the user doesn't have to go to the URL bar. That really sells it, right? Like if it's every URL is a track, pick one and drive, and then you can't make your own URL. It's kind of annoying. I mean, obviously you can go here and you can go vibes, create new track. What's the longest straight we could do? Oh, I guess it has to loop back. It's gonna be so boring. I probably should look at the count to see if this is even feasible to get back. We're about to find out real quick. Oh yeah, okay, it was counting up, so we're good. I'm limit testing, okay? All right, I can't place any more pieces. Great. Vibes. Who can set the fastest score or fastest time on vibes /vibes? It feels so slow. We need stuff on the side. It feels so slow. Oh, I had one job. You had one job not to early cut the corner. And what do? It's not fully straight. I just noticed. That's annoying. It's like no way to get back to fully straight. Wow, that's frustrating. It's really noticeable. Oh, didn't quite make that either. There's probably some rounding error. Boom, beat that. That's my high score. Beat that, punks. That's the game. Thanks for playing. screen. I'm going to try it without rebuilding. Okay, gotta build, gotta build. Oh, I don't know if you guys can hear that anymore. I kind of turned it down. Could you ever hear it? Interesting. Am I not in Claude this whole time? I am, right? How did I get down to this text box? What is this? Weird. Oh, I didn't build after all that. Or I didn't start. Your track. Your mom. Okay, this is your mom. She is the smallest. See, I'm not making a fat joke. She is the smallest track there is. Your mama. Okay, there we go. Who can beat your mom? Is a left-handed track. Boom, new record. I thought that might do it. I let off the gas, and then I was able to cut that corner really good, but no, that didn't do it. 4.3. See, these were both working off the same code base, same repo, same branch. They didn't step on each other's toes. This was doing title screen. This was doing the new model. Now I'm telling this one to commit just the model stuff. And it's probably going to say something like, oh, I see some title changes, but it should be smart enough not to check them in. And sometimes it does, but you can do two tasks in the same code. See, it noticed it was doing a review of the title screen work, and it goes, skipping the whip, scene builder, car loader internal, since that's not my work. Smart, Claude. Now you know. Okay, so it was committing. User wants my changes only. GDD MD also contains some user edits, title screen updates that I shouldn't commit. I'll revert GDD MD to head, reapply only my 3 hunks, commit, then restore the user's pending edits. So it did that when this guy was working. I hope it didn't screw anything up. So maybe committing at the same time as another one's working is a no-go or something to avoid. All right, hopefully put everything back. This is still making edits. No need, okay, push commit. I'm gonna say no need to stash, just git add your stuff. So this is GDD change, layout page, track path changes. I don't know why, I guess this refactor is touching track, but why? I was working on the edit, or I was working on the title screen. Doesn't matter. What Claude plan do I have? You know what? You just reminded me to check my usage today. I'm on the max plan, and this must have just reset. It resets again at 11, so the 5-hour window is reset. Current week, I've only used 8%. Is that right? 93% of your usage came from subagent heavy sessions. Each subagent runs its own requests. Be deliberate about spawning them, and consider configuring a cheaper model for simpler subagents. 50% of your usage was at 150K context. Longer sessions are most expensive. I've been dropping context all day, so you guys saw that. But this is crazy. When did the week reset? Current week resets 8 p.m. on the 24th. Is that Friday? I wonder if this reset since my Friday session. But I've been on 1 million context all day. No, not. Did I say max? What is the $200 plan one? That's max, right? I've got 200. I've got Pro or whatever it is on open. I don't know. I forget their names. Costs. Yeah, can you do costs in? Yeah, you can't do costs. Subscription. Have I used code? I don't think I've used Codex much either. What's the command in Codex for costs? Plan? Nope. Collab agent copy diff mention status maybe. There we go. 5-hour limit. Haven't touched a weekly limit, only 2%. Resets a day earlier than Claude. Yeah, I've got so much. Everyone's complaining that they're running out of tokens faster, but you just saw me make a whole game since Friday. I don't think it reset. It might have reset. Okay, but still, a whole game. Oh, sorry. I'm whispering. I was actually just about to take off. I do thank you guys for dropping in. Please play the game. Let me commit this. Please, these are where I got the models. Thank you, Kenny.nl. Please check them out. You can find all my games at randroid.dev. The latest one should be on there if you refresh. Vibe Racer. You can check out the code. It's open source. Do what you want with it. I suggest try forking it and having Claude use one of these other graphics libraries. Or not. You can just fork it and use Three.js like I'm using. If you want to set a high score, you can go to vibe-racer-3.vercel.app. And you can put in your own. I gotta refresh because I don't think this shipped yet. Okay, I think it's still pushing, but you can put in your own URL with your own name if you want. You can play one of these, slash your mom has a record right now, lap time of just over 4 seconds. If you think you can beat that, please try. Come on, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Oh, I felt that one. 3.5? 3.5. Come on. Woo. That's funny. These aren't me because these were done locally, it says. But yeah, it is per local storage token. So if you play on your phone or different Chrome browsers, whatever, you're going to get a new racer. But I think for an initial version, that's totally fine. We never did test this. Let me go to a different, okay, I need to leave, but I do want to test this. So Randy has a bunch of versions. I don't know if they all got stored though, because I was working on this feature. But if we go to leaderboards, no times. Start is the one with a bunch, right? No. All right, I'm going to edit the track. Let's do this. I wonder if that creates a new hash or if it knows it's the exact same change. Like if I just flip a piece, but it doesn't actually realistically change it. Something to check. Too far. Yeah, editor's not great, but it works. Okay, I gotta set a new time. Oh my god, did I just do this? Oh, it's kind of like Excite by Green. I'm like moving my head with it. This is actually a pretty good track for not trying to. Oh, I should let it save. Leaderboards. Yeah, this seems broke. Oh, back maybe? No. Interesting. The whole point is you're supposed to be able to change the different versions. Whatever. I'll do that some other time. But yeah, because I changed the track, it reset the leaderboards. Technically, you could, if you knew the hash, I think you could go to it. But whatever. All right. Thank you so much for watching, guys. We'll get some clips of this. We will maybe put out a full video without all the noise and slow waiting and all the side rabbit holes I dove down. If you want to know how I did this, but it's pretty straightforward. You can also just check the code out yourself. It's all free. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you very much.